I call this meeting of the New Shoreham Public Town Council to order. Today is Monday, June 1st. It is 6:45. Can I have a motion to go into closed session to review a collective second? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amy, the floor is yours. Hello, everybody. Welcome. We convened the meeting before and had a closed session for the town manager to review the uh, negotiations with the police officers union. The council took no votes. The negotiations are ongoing, but I like to tell people what we were talking about. And there they are, right in the front row. We have a special treat this evening to swear in Molly O'Neill as second warden. Do you have your song prepared? Your song? Yeah, yes.
And Molly, I'll have you repeat after me.
Okay. All right.
You raise your hand. Do you, I, Margaret
O'Neill,
solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will faithfully and impartially
that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties of the office of second warden
will discharge the duties of the office of second warden
according to the best of my abilities,
to the best of my abilities,
and that I will support the charter granted to New Shore in 1672,
and that I will support the charter granted to New Shoreham in 1672,
the home rule charter of the town,
the home rule charter of the town,
the Constitution and laws of the state,
the Constitution and laws of the state,
and the Constitution of the United States.
and the Constitution of the United States. So help me God. All right.
Is there any public comment tonight? Come aboard. Did I? Oh, jeepers. What a dummy. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nancy. Every year, at least since I've been on the council, we honor the graduating class at the Block Island School with by passing a resolution. I will read that resolution, but remind people the graduation is June 7th. It is, in my opinion, truly one of the genuine community activities of the year. I will be the bald guy with the white beard weeping as one of the seniors walks with my kindergarten granddaughter down the aisle. But it is a wonderful and in its own way quite moving connection to all kinds of classes past, people past, stories past. It's really worth attending. It's at the Atlantic Inn. It's at 1 o'clock on Sunday, and everybody's welcome. So whereas the Block Island School, its teachers and staff, and most importantly, its students are an essential part of the backbone of our community. And whereas the Block Island School is unique in many ways, notably in that the school reflects the community's values and encourages the engagement of residents in the shared priority of educating our young people. And whereas one of the great joys of living on Block Island is the opportunity to see our young students grow and flourish both in our school and within our close-knit community. And whereas Block Island School students, in addition to their academic work, contribute every day to the health, well-being, and personality of our town. And whereas graduates of the Block Island School have always had a significant impact on our community and the world at large. And whereas each year our town celebrates the accomplishments of a graduating Block Island School class with great pride, and with the fond wish that our graduating seniors remember fondly their years here and the support and love they've received from our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town council, on behalf of the town of New Shoreham, celebrates and congratulates the Block Island School class of 2026, Carly Adams, Justin Barry, Olivia Cahoon, Gwyneth Coviello, Barrett Evans, Camila Gonzalez, Chase Hatfield, Finn Hines, Darlin Mariquin, sorry, Max, Anderson Mendez Soto, Darlin Michalaks Lopez, Manrique Pineda Betancourt, Kylie Ryan, Maximus Walsh, and Zane Turner. Wishes this impressive class of graduates success along their chosen paths and reminds the class that the residents of Block Island always stand ready to embrace them as they make their way in life's journey. Can I have a motion to approve that?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Keith, I'll ask you to go back to the Board of License Commissioners.
Did I
Yes, item.
skip over that?
Yeah.
I am so sorry. Yes. So can I have a motion to convene the Board of License Commissioners?
Second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye. I apologize. Just totally missed that section. All right, we are now meeting as the Board of License Commissioners, and before us, we have an application from TMG BI Operating LLC, doing business as One BI Steak and Oyster, 212 Water Street, Plat 6, Lot 157. Is the applicant here?
Yep.
Great. Come on up. Tell us about it.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Name is Colby Levering Fisher. I'm representing Peter Martucci and BIA.
Okay. What do you have in mind? Do you want?
We are looking to have live music on the upper deck. Bar and dining area. The plan is to, in quote, have it be indoors. We have a raw bar section that is an enclosed space that we plan on having the DJ. So we're looking to get that.
Okay. Paul, do you have any thoughts about this one? I'm sorry that. Yeah, I know your microphone is gone.
Yeah, we got a couple of complaints down there this past class. Those complaints were at 10, 11 o'clock at night. It just needs to be made very clear what the hours are that they're.
Okay.
Other than that, I really don't have an issue with it. It just needs to be, it's the neighbor also.
Chief, on those complaints, was the band still playing or the person?
I didn't personally respond to these, but
Right.
I do know that on 3 of the occasions, the music was.
So do we have, can we remove the license mid-season if something like that is happening?
A show cause hearing.
A show cause hearing? Okay.
One of the questions I have, and maybe Millie, you can help me out with this. If there's speakers that are outdoor speakers that are in the ceiling and so forth. And sometimes I know that when the radio's on or the band plays over those, is that also when the person's doing the acoustics, does that also go through that speaker system?
I believe that it will be going through his own audio system.
Okay, so if there are speakers outside underneath the deck, is that considered outdoor entertainment if it's being played
It
through?
is.
Okay, so I think, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just as a quick question, what is the, I've worked in it.
Sure.
What is the average curfew for outside music on the island?
There's an ordinance having to do with outdoor entertainment, and that strictly ends at 9 p.m.
So with this, I know there was a letter from a neighbor and they were concerned. They said that, and I had spoken, they said that part of the problem was the music was still playing, but it wasn't necessarily the person with say the guitar, but it was the regular music that you pump into, say, the dining room, but also plays on the deck also. Do you have the ability after 9 o'clock at night not to have that on the deck portion playing? So it's clear that outdoor part cannot go after 9, whether it's a person playing music or whether it's the stereo and so forth.
Yeah, that.
Thank you.
So on the application, it says DJ. So that's what we would be talking about, limiting the DJ to indoors, right? After 9.
That's
Yeah.
what the ordinance requires.
No, I know. I'm just saying, he's saying radio and I'm like, DJ is what's on the application.
But any music though,
Yeah.
after 9 o'clock on the speakers outside
Okay, right.
would be, I
radio
think
too.
would be considered according to Millie outdoor entertainment.
Got it.
What the owner is going for is he's trying to, instead of the classic jazz vibe, which they'll appreciate. He's looking to bring more modern style house music in, so it's not the type of music, like you might have Nick's at 1 a.m. continuing on through the evening. This would be more subtle house music, and then absolutely, I can see that being closing down at 9 p.m. Restaurants have to slow down, works out perfectly for us, I believe.
So one of the reasons I have pause is the one letter we have in the file, which says, I think it's important for the record, there were many instances during the summer of 2025 when the music was played much later than the 9 p.m. outdoor entertainment curfew. In addition, the music was often very loud, with the sound projecting far beyond the Ernie's deck where it was being played. These violations continued despite visits by the NSPD to remind the offenders of the regulations. Doesn't exactly inspire confidence. I may be a bit old-fashioned here, but to me, these permits are fundamentally a statement of trust from the town that you're going to run this thing the way you're supposed to run it. And this letter and what Paul said about the noise violations give me real pause on this application, frankly.
Absolutely. The only thing I can say to that is everyone who was there last year is no longer there. We have a full new.
That's inspiring.
With the redirected menu, drinks, pricing, we're more trying to appeal towards everyone instead of just high cost members. I absolutely 100% agree and understand on the building of trust.
Yeah.
It's a huge thing in small communities. All I can say is with a full new staff, I've been here for 3 weeks now. And all I've seen with my previous restaurant history is this is a strong team with smart heads. We do things right, get things done, and we do it professionally. And we all go out, we all hear the stories about last year and all the complaints. And I've personally talked to the neighbor also. He doesn't like anything the other side of the property, completely understandable. And so I've started to get an understanding of what the problems were. And really, me and the new team, we're just trying to make things better. We're trying to resolve all the problems that were and turn them into great things for the future.
Do we have Nick? Is Nick with us? Hey, Nick, can I ask a question? It's either Millie or you. One of the tools that we've used with some success in the past is a permit that actually doesn't run the entire summer, that there's a permit issued for 30 days with a reapplication. Is it possible to do that on outdoor entertainment? We did it
Yeah,
with.
I think we've done that in the past where you set a review date where it's essentially a prove it period where we're
Yeah.
hearing trust and we're hearing good things from the applicant. Obviously, there's members of the community who had some negative experiences, but it wouldn't be the first time we establish a review date down the road. Maybe I don't want to say midsummer. I'll leave it to the council or the board's discretion, but where we can review a permit that was granted on a conditional basis.
What do you guys think of that approach?
Yeah.
For review in August?
Okay, yeah, or after 4th of July, kind of.
Okay.
What's the meeting after the 4th of July?
So you have a meeting on this Tuesday, the 7th, which is right after the 4th of July weekend, and then again on the 15th, which is just the following week.
Okay, well, I would say the 15th. I would make a motion to approve this through the 15th on a conditional basis with a.
My one question was, when do you plan on starting your music?
A good question, Bill.
Just in
Thank
case,
you.
yeah.
Yeah.
I believe we're really waiting for approval. That's pretty much it. So 2-3 weeks from now. 2 weeks from now.
Do you think we should,
Well, that'd give them a month, right? 2 weeks from now would be roughly June 15th. We give a temporary permit until July 15th, or a conditional permit until July 15th. And then we come back and see.
So just to clarify I'm pretty sure I understand.
Sure.
Works perfect. It's pretty much a trial period.
Yeah.
Where we have the ability to have our DJ, as long as we follow the guidelines, lights out, quotes at 9 o'clock, and we're outside music. Indoor music is okay at proper tones. And at 30 days, somebody comes in, or over that time, people.
You basically, yes, yeah.
And as long as everything meets the guidelines, we move forward with the process.
And meet your new best friend to your left. So I would make a motion to,
Keith, I'll just ask,
oh yeah, sure. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing? Second, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I would make a motion to provide TMG BI Operating LLC doing business as one BI Steak and Oyster, a conditional permit through July 15th. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, Paul. All right, Millie, since I was lost, where am I?
you could adjourn the Board of License Commissioners.
Yeah, I have a motion to adjourn the Board of License Commissioners.
Second?
I haven't been doing this very long. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Nancy, I think you're on. We're on to public comment.
Unrelated incidents, I found a disturbing trend that is slowly getting worse. There is a common thread. I've noticed cars parking on sidewalks. The first was the bottom of High Street in front of Seacrest. Second was also on High Street, but across from the entrance to the Atlantic in front of Larry Rosie's strong house. The truck on the sidewalk could have been parked in the driveway to that house. It was easier for them to park on the sidewalk. That was the reply I got when I asked why the sidewalk and not the driveway. I, the pedestrian, had to go into the street. The truck at the bottom of High Street was parked outside Seacrest for days on the sidewalk. I was able to get around it. It's right next to Wellman's Way, but a woman wheeling her baby carriage is in the street. Driving over here is a side thought. There's somebody parked on Chapel Street on the sidewalk. Whoever's walking on Chapel Street will be in the street. This morning, there was a moped parked on the sidewalk crossing the street from the Redbird. There was also a car parked on Dodge Street. Oh, I missed the important part. What I learned from this, it's acceptable to park on the sidewalk on Long Island. So if someone parked on Dodge Street this morning, the passenger side door was open, blocking part of the sidewalk. I was able to get by. Cars traveling towards the stop sign had to drive on the wrong side of the road to pass the parked car. The driver got out to water plants. I learned parking on Dodge Street is acceptable on Long Island. Golf carts. The bright orange one yesterday on High Street the passengers weren't wearing seatbelts. The driver was making U-turns at the bottom and top of High Street. The passengers were hopping off to look at things. I learned you do not have to wear seatbelts when in a moving vehicle on Block Island. People of age and underage drinking on the beach. Why not save money and time by not having to pay and take a ferry and parking and drink on the mainland? Narragansett has nice beaches, so it's much stronger there. They would have been arrested immediately on the mainland. I chose not to learn you can drink on the beach on Block Island. So apparently there are a lot of fast learners. The Atlantic Inn has an outdoor entertainment license. Law says they choose to ignore the law, set up a tent on the edge of their property more than 25 feet from their building and play amplified music. How many more businesses will do whatever they want? I learned businesses don't have to follow the laws on Block Island. These seemingly unrelated things have something in common. The lack of meaningful enforcement of our laws sends the message that anything goes on Block Island. One person doing something here, he or she would not do on the mainland, starts it. Other people observe the same thing and the inappropriate behavior spreads. I call it monkey see, monkey do syndrome. On a semi-related thread, it was very disturbing to read the article in the Block Island Times pertaining to the group who wants to be able to camp wherever and whenever with who knows how many people. The same group wants to claim with their guests without a shellfishing license. People asking for blanket camping, land, and unlimited clamming for free are in essence asking for the taxpayers of Block Island to support them. That's unreasonable. I, the taxpayer, just bought a shellfish license. I believe in financially supporting the program, even if I don't go clamming. Other than it being wrong to expect the taxpayers to fund your pleasurable activities because you don't want to purchase the license, it's also wrong to expect the taxpayers and all the other people who follow the law to pay while you and your guests clam for free. Monkey see, monkey do. Camping, that would open Pandora's box in the worst way. I do not want to see Block Island become a tent city. Once again, aesthetics aside. That puts a burden on our already stretched infrastructure in season. Police, fire, rescue, and medical top the list. Do our police really need to add checking to see who is legally camping all over the island? The other issue, where do these people camping have access to water, bathrooms, and trash removal? Are they expecting the taxpayers to foot that bill as well? The monkey see, monkey do isn't for these people, but how many other people are going to see tents on the island, and the first thing that goes into their mind says, oh, I can camp on Block Island too. The people claiming to be Manasean Indians are not a federally recognized tribe. The Narragansett tribe, a federally recognized tribe, call them splinter groups or social clubs looking to get perks. They didn't use the word perk, that was mine. Honestly, my feelings on camping and clamming would not change if they were a federally recognized tribe. I still do not believe it is the responsibility of taxpayers to fund and give special privileges to private groups of any size in perpetuity. It is a brilliant negotiating tactic on their part to ask for everything and settle in for something. That would open the door for more asks in the future. Please don't open Pandora's box, and let's try to put an end to all aspects of monkey see, monkey do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nancy. Any other public comment tonight? Carlos, come aboard.
Thank you. I would just like to, I'm not Manasean, so I'm not speaking on behalf of the Manaseans, but my friend's earlier comments I stand against. I think it's a mischaracterization to lump licentious behavior with what I saw here on the town council, a very respectful, very measured request for consideration for historical equity. So I just wanted to leave that with you, that that sentiment is not necessarily shared by all.
Thank you, Carlos. For people who are new to these meetings, the public comment section is for the public to comment, but we don't debate during public comment. We listen to what people have to say. The items that are brought up are not agended. Therefore, we can't engage on them under the law. So we try to make it a comfortable place for people to go, but don't mistake, not just related to this, but generally speaking, don't mistake our lack of comment for assent during the public comment period. Next, we have the consent agenda. We have some minutes and some correspondence.
Can I just ask about a couple of things before we approve it? I don't need to separate it out, but I'm wondering if you could just give us an update on how the number one, the letter from Charlie Dodge regarding Old Harbor parking, and letter from Andrea regarding millions of styrofoam pellets washing up on the beach. Is there any resolution on either of those topics?
On Wednesday's agenda, we have an item specific to Old Harbor parking.
Okay.
So I'd rather get into it
Fine.
then. The second is correspondence. I really don't have too much to add.
Okay.
It's really just
All right.
acknowledging the receipt. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay.
So Keith, I know you approved it, because I changed anything, but I just wanted to acknowledge Laurel's,
Oh, yeah, I was going to too.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Glad one of us did. Yes. If you look on Clerk Base, we got a really wonderful detailed note from Laurel Payne, who just went to school and achieved a significant new accreditation milestone. Very good for us as citizens, and frankly, good for us as council members to have so many incredibly qualified people. Item 7, discuss and act on board, commission, and committees. We do have on here acknowledging the resignation of Rich Trethaway from the Age Friendly Community Task Force. That vacancy will appear on a future agenda, but really just wanted to say thank you to Rich, who volunteered from the get-go on that, and appreciate his work and many of the other things he does in the community. We have vacancies on the Commission on Motor Vehicles for Hire, the Old Harbor Task Force, Police Advisory Commission, the Age-Friendly Community Task Force. Millie, would you make sure that Allison Carley's aware of those? Sewer District and Water District, and the Early Learning Center Board. Please, 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 we need help. Item 8, items 8 and 10 are inextricably linked, are they not? Millie?
Yes, they are.
And I've asked Millie to walk us through these two items.
I'll just point out that this is a continued item for a zoning amendment application coming from Mr. Priestley's as applicant. There is a corresponding general ordinance this is about game rooms, and there's a corresponding general ordinance that will be addressing some of the things that were brought up at the last meeting. And the general ordinance will get set for public hearing later in the meeting. That will need the 3 weeks for advertising for that. And so we're going to be asking that public hearing be July 7th. This item is linked to that, because if you were to approve this before approving the general ordinance, this would become pre-existing non-conforming. And so I would be asking that you continue this item to July 15th, but certainly, Mr. Priestley.
Mr. Pollard, apologize for interrupting you.
Oh.
Yeah. I went to tomorrow morning for this. He's asked me to ask if you could act on this with the understanding that he will open on July 1st, but entirely, let's stick to the.
We're not going to have the ordinance in place on July 1st. Right. Yes. Thank you for asking, but from my perspective, no. So just so that I'm doing this procedure in a procedurally correct way, do we need to
The
We need
hearing's
to-
already open.
right,
So you're
and we need to
convening it and then continuing it.
Okay. So I would convene the public hearing and then make a motion to continue this public hearing to July 15th. Is there a second? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Then we'll set the second one. No, I don't want to go out of order. Didn't you see how strict I am about the order on the agenda, Joe? All right, item 9. This too is a continued item regarding change in the ordinances to permit disc golf. When last we met. Is Karen here for this?
Karen is here for this.
Excellent.
Unless Per has
No,
something to
Per,
start with.
we're gonna do a little. Excellent, fantastic. Have a seat.
We'll let Karen have the floor. And
Hi,
walk
Karen.
you
I
through
haven't seen
some-
you in ages. I hope all's
I
well.
know. Hope all is well with you and things are good out there. Nice to be with you tonight. So I am here tonight to talk to you a little bit about special use permits.
Did you, excuse me 1 second, Karen, did you get a chance, not that you should have, but if you had a chance to watch the last hearing, one of the things that I think all 4 of us were struggling with is not really knowing enough about under the new ordinance, statutory and ordinance regime, how much specificity to put into the ordinance, given that it is going to be subject to a special use permit. So for example, I think I'm not putting words in Bill's mouth, but Bill asked a question about, well, shouldn't the buffer be determined as, you know, as part of the special use permit process? Or do we need to have a degree of specificity, you know, given the emphasis on specificity in the new statute and the new ordinances? So I think we all were, at least I was, having served on zoning, the SUP has changed a bit and needed a primer basically on the SUP.
Yeah, it makes sense. With all of the changes going on in land use law, this is perhaps one of the biggest. As of January 2024, special use permits have to have what has been deemed specific and objective criteria. The idea behind specific and objective criteria, although not specifically defined by our courts yet, under special use permits, they've been defined in other arenas because that concept has existed for some time under development plan review. But so the courts haven't quite looked at it yet. But the idea behind it is that it removes a substantial amount of discretion from the board that's hearing the application. Does
Gotcha.
that answer your question?
And does it follow from that ordinances that say you need a special use permit to do X or Y or Z need to be ill-advised language perhaps, but need to lean heavily on specifics in an ordinance as opposed to saying, you know, whatever, make sure the neighbors are okay. You know,
I think it's twofold. So first and foremost, the property owner seeking a special use permit is still required to abide by the requirements having to do with that particular property. parking, setbacks. You don't need to repeat those in your special use permit criteria. The special use permit criteria are above and beyond what would be otherwise required of the property owner. The idea behind all special use permits really is that the council has determined that the use is appropriate in the district. But for the fact that an applicant has to come forward and demonstrate that they have met through sufficient evidence at the hearing, the criteria, special criteria for that use. So it's really deemed an allowed use. It's just that the applicant has to go through another step of coming before a board and saying, we want this, and these are the criteria that you've set forth in your ordinance, and we meet them.
So how specific do you have to be? Take something like parking. Do you have to say 4 spots, 5 spots, or can there be wording that says you need adequate parking to meet safety egress or whatever from that end of it?
So once you talk about things like adequate, sufficient, that's too vague to be specific and objective. For parking, you do have a parking standard already in your ordinance. You can certainly point to that in your specific and objective criteria. You don't have to. The applicant would still be required to meet it, even if it's not in your special use permit criteria for, say, disc golf. But to quote some language from Rhode Island courts on how to determine what's specific and objective, courts as recently as 2022, again, in a different context involving DPR, said something is not specific or objective if it's motivated by what, in someone's opinion, is best for the community, if the criteria leaves room for interpretation, criteria should not state an intention or objective.
What about uses of words like minimum?
It depends. It depends on how it's framed. So you could say something like a use has to have a maximum parcel size, or a minimum parcel size. The other thing to keep in mind is that when you're thinking about specific and objective criteria, courts in Rhode Island can determine that those criteria are more akin to a dimensional regulation. And if that happens, then the applicant could seek a variance from it as well. So you need to be careful in your drafting. If you want something to be hard and fast, you want to stay away from numbers. You want to be very clear about what the applicant has to demonstrate.
Gotcha.
So when you look at something like hours of operation, you're saying you have to take this one, for instance, is 9 to 6. So if it went through the special use request, they couldn't say, okay, it's going to be because of some extenuating issues with where it's located. It would be have to be done by 5 or 4, whatever it might be.
Oh, and that's a very important distinction. So when you're talking about whether or not an applicant could get a variance from a criteria, the criteria generally are considered dimensional requirements if they have to do with things like the placement, the construction, the actual physical making of the use, building the building. When you're talking about how the use is going to be operated, hours of operation, for example, those are less likely to be considered by a court to be dimensional, and therefore less likely to be allowed a variance.
So if we were to address, let's say, time frame of operation and say that something should not start earlier than whatever time and not go later than this other time, would that give the when they go for the special permit, that would give a little bit of latitude to account for like where this is located?
Would be fine.
I'm sorry, Karen, your response to that was,
You can do that. So if you were to say, maximum, hours of operation during any one day, and I'm making this up, are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. You know, you put a maximum on it. There's a window in which the use can operate, and depending on what the property owner wants to do, they could change their hours, but they cannot exceed that, that requirement of morning and afternoon limits.
So in other places in our ordinance for other parks, we have hours of operation that are, let's say, like dawn to dusk. Does that become a conflict if we put different hours on? Do we need to standardize everything? Or can this be different?
This can be different because you're creating, for disc golf, you're creating a new use. You're
Okay.
defining it and you're setting forth the criteria that the applicant has to meet.
so in that example, if you said dawn to dusk and an applicant came in with an application and for some reason, because where it was located, the board just felt it shouldn't stop before 10 o'clock. Are you saying that would be a problem because the dawn was already set as the parameter?
Correct. If you've already set a parameter, the applicant is beholden to meet that parameter. The idea behind the specific and objective in part is to give your applicants an idea, a clear idea of what is expected of them when they come before the board. So to vary something like that at the time of hearing, I think that could be challenged.
So if you set that criteria the opposite for 4 hours and then they came in and wanted to extend it, you could extend it.
No, you're also supposed to be consistent across applications. So the idea of the specific and objective criteria, think of it as a checklist. People come in and they say, Mr. and Mrs. Applicant, you know, can you meet this criteria? Talk about that. They put evidence on the record. The board decides whether they've met it or not. And if they have, then you get a check and you go down the list of specific and objective criteria. If there's sufficient evidence put into the record by the applicant on each of those items, then the special use permit application gets approved.
So it sounds like there's almost no need for a special use permit hearing because everything would automatically already be defined.
Oh, that's not true. So applicants who come before a board for a special use permit do have to demonstrate to the board that they meet all of the necessary requirements. For example, and I'm just throwing a couple of weird ones out there. Again, you could put a minimum parcel size. I'm not saying you want to do that. I'm just using that as an example. You could say the number of holes allowed on the disc golf course. You could set locations for tees, baskets, parking, accessory structures. And when an applicant comes in, well, before they come in, they look at your ordinance and they say, okay, I'm formulating my application. Can I meet all of those things? And then they come in and they show the town that they have met them or can meet them. So it's an important hearing.
But they
It's
don't
just-
have the latitude to make adjustments based on the location of that special use permit request.
Not if the criteria is in fact specific, objective, and cannot get a variance. So if it ends up that you could interpret the requirement as a dimensional requirement, for example, if you were to say that this particular use has to have a 75-foot buffer, I'm again making that up, that could be construed as a dimensional requirement. The courts in Rhode Island have not taken up this rub yet, meaning what happens when you're supposed to have a specific and objective criteria, but it's also a dimensional requirement. Can you get a variance? It's very possible that you could get a variance for those items in your specific and objective criteria that are dimensional in nature, setbacks, numbers of things that you can and cannot have. You may be able to seek both the special use permit and the variance.
So you come in and you ask for, if you want to go outside the time that you're going to ask for a variance from what the what the time is set, correct?
No, that would not, if you were to set hours of operation, it's very unlikely that that would be considered a dimensional requirement. I'm talking about variances, you would only be able to get a dimensional variance from something that is a dimensional requirement. Hours of operation are not a dimensional requirement.
But setbacks are. So if an ordinance established 100-foot buffer, you would have to, and you wanted to build a disc golf with a 50-foot buffer, you would have to submit a special use permit for the disc golf and a variance for the dimensional standard.
Correct.
And, wow. And I'm trying to wrap my head around.
I
it.
am too.
I mean, I
Yeah.
apologize.
Yes,
I
no, no.
just,
Yeah,
you know,
we're all on
I
the
mean,
same page.
I have nothing against disc golf and I like it. It's a bigger, there's a bigger issue here that's coming down this pipe. But in looking at this, I assume that a lot of our current ordinances are not aligned where we would probably want to be for your concerns of things being challenged. Is that correct? Like
Actually,
for the
you're-
tennis courts or for golf? Because are these things already laid out for the other special use permits that we request, whether it be?
They
I'd like to
are, they are, yeah, when this law came into effect, it came with some teeth. And the teeth are that if you identify a special use permit use, a use that needs a special use permit, if you identify that and you do not identify specific and objective criteria to approve it in your ordinance, that use is then deemed to be allowed by right. So that when this law came into effect, it came with those teeth. So that this law, this change went to the top of the list of things that your staff and your planner and your consultant all worked on to get done. So all of the other special use permit uses in your ordinance have already been gone over and specific and objective criteria have been assigned.
So for tennis courts and for a golf course, that's already been done?
Anything that requires a special use permit, yep, in Article 4.
I'd like to be able to look at those so I could, yeah.
Golf course is 100 feet.
100 feet. Thank you.
So Karen, as an example, I just gave Bill 410 recreational facilities,
Okay.
which includes the standards for golf courses.
And do we have to pass both of these? There's two phases to this, as I'm understanding. One is, do we approve disc golf to be applicable for a special use permit? And then the second phase would be making adjustments in is it 40 or 10 or 401 and whatever the other one is, 502. Correct?
The way that- Go ahead.
There's three things that have to happen. One, the first one is if we were in favor, would have to approve that being a qualifying special exemption for a special
Special use.
use permit. That's the first thing. And if that's done, then we need to do criteria for that separately from it.
You would
Correct?
want to do them, you would want to do them all at once. You don't want to be in a position where you have a use identified as a special use permit without the criteria. Again, that gets back to that teeth we talked about. But the amendment that is drafted and before you contains, I believe, everything you would need. It's the applicant's amendment. So I don't want to speak for the applicant, but it includes a creation of the use, which is a definition. It includes under the RA zone an addition of the term disc golf to uses allowed by special use permit. There is a corresponding change to the use table to allow disc golf in the RA zone. And then you have your criteria for disc golf. And I think there's also a parking standard.
Well, there's things in here that, there's about pets, there's about smoking. Where do these come up? Are they in the golf also?
Those would be your draft specific and objective criteria for disc golf.
But the smoking or the dogs aren't in the golf course when I see here. So like, where did that come from?
The conduct and the pets section, those are submitted as draft specific and objective criteria for this particular use. They either came from the applicant or the planning board or a mix of everybody working together to get the council a draft of what might be considered for specific and objective criteria.
And my problem with this comes in, I think I personally like the idea of no smoking, but I think that should be part of, that would depend on, I think the application that comes in. That's something that the land trust could control within themselves. The same thing with the pets. So I'm not so sure that I'm in agreement with some of these stipulations for it. I'm not so much against the disc golf itself. I don't like how the hands are tied on some of these others.
So smoking is a good example of a question that I have. If we did not have a prohibition against smoking in the ordinance, could a board, as part of its work on a special use permit, require that there be no smoking?
I think that's pretty much what this is. My reading of this is that's what this is trying to do.
I know that's what this is trying to do. I'm trying to suss out what the authority of the board would be to impose conditions like that.
So that is an interesting question. Right now, as we stand here, and Peter will tell me if anything's happened at the legislature. Right now, the board approving a special use permit has the power to condition it. There is a bill, I believe it's still being considered, and a State House to remove that discretion. Peter, do you know of any update on that? Has that passed?
It passed the House. The Senate heard it, and it has not been voted out of committee. The other speaker's bills were voted or are being voted out of committee this week, but not this one, which is, I think, 8004A and Senate 3302, I think.
So there's a chance that the ability to condition special use permits, it may be going away this session.
Any other questions?
So on the sanitation, for instance, location and service, so could they be not required to have, say, a porta john? Number 2 on.
That's a management plan criteria. So what that criteria is saying is that when the applicant comes before the board to ask for a special use permit, they have to submit a management plan. And those things, including hours of operation, sanitation, the rest of it, has to be addressed in that management plan. Moving back to conduct and pets, those are interesting concepts to put in a specific and objective criteria. I don't think that they're necessarily improper or certainly not illegal, but just keep in mind that the idea is for the applicant to come before a board to demonstrate they have met the necessary criteria. Things like smoking in the future, no pets in the future, difficult, right? Difficult to prove because you're standing there at the time of hearing, you haven't gotten your special use permit yet. So just keep in mind that those things would still, they may be important, they may be things you want, but those things aren't necessarily things that an applicant is going to be able to demonstrate with sufficient evidence at a hearing. Those are future looking. They could certainly say what their policy is on those things. They could certainly agree to those criteria. But those are interesting ones that kind of jump out at me. When you think of things like hours of operation, it's a little more concrete. The applicant's going to come in and say, we have a management plan. This is what it says. And that way they would demonstrate that they can meet those particular criteria. So this is not an easy task. We realize that. And I don't know that the legislature did, but cities and towns across Rhode Island are struggling now with this issue. So you're not alone in that. My advice is come at this from a policy standpoint and think about the desire to increase recreation on the island, if that is a strong desire by this council. You have the legislative power with this agenda item to craft a set of criteria that someone coming in proposing this use has to demonstrate in order to get that approval.
So Karen, Millie found the section of the ordinance that refers to golf and miniature golf. And it looks like you guys have only added setback information. So there's nothing about hours of operation. There's nothing about parking. You did say that you have a parking standard that we have a parking standard in our ordinances, which that must be just deferring to that, right? So wouldn't we want to be consistent with this and just?
No, you're creating a new use. So you could be consistent. You could borrow some, you could add some, you could do something different. Also remember too, this is the applicants. This is not the plan. This is not coming from the planning board. It's not coming from Peter or myself. This is an application by what is essentially an outside party. Anybody can come before you and ask for a zone change, and that's what's happening here. So the applicant certainly has taken up the reins and done a lot of the drafting as well.
So these are the applicants' changes, you're saying?
In part, yes, but in an effort to try to get the planning board on board with the applicant to try to be supportive and cooperative and give the client a positive advisory, everybody works together. But the application is from the applicant. The planning board certainly, talks about it. We conferred about it. Peter and I talked about the legal part of it. Peter kind of helped along with getting things moving. So it is a collaborative effort, but the bottom line is this is the applicant's language that they, and I don't want to speak, I see counsel in the audience, but this is their application. So this is their language technically.
So if next month we hear an application for a miniature golf course on somebody's property, all we have to, as a guideline, is setbacks. Would they then be adding information about parking and hours of operation and dogs and smoking and maintenance and communication?
Good. It depends on whether or not you're creating another special use permit. If you're creating a new use and you're saying that use has to only be by special use permit, then yes, you're going to have to come up with some specific and objective criteria for that special use permit as well. So
because Karen, I'm just going to go through some sections because miniature golf is identified in 410. I don't believe an application that we receive, say tomorrow, would be subject to any additional criteria beyond what is in the ordinance today, which is only, I think, setbacks.
That's correct. What I was saying, maybe I misinterpreted. What I was thinking was that if someone was coming in with a mini golf application for a zone change and you were going to say that it's allowed in a new area, but it's only allowed by special use permit, then you would have to go through this exercise again. But Amy's right. If that's not the case, then that's a whole different ballgame. You wouldn't need to do specific and objective criteria again.
If I could just, oh, sorry.
That's okay. Just so things that are already identified as uses,
Mhm.
like golf, miniature golf, tennis courts, with less robust criteria than we're seeing for disc golf.
Mhm.
That's how they would stand today. So
There's nothing stopping us from
there's nothing
imposing a special use permit requirement for those uses with specific
through an
objective
ordinance
criteria.
change, and that may be something we want to take up in the future based
Right.
on informed by this conversation.
Yeah,
But
right.
it also could be seen as a gap.
yes.
And this only applies, so what's before us, well, it only applies to disc golf.
Right.
So if we had, if say there was something in here we happen to like and we'd like them to apply to golf or tennis, whatever, we would have to open up and we'd have to apply it to those individuals.
We would go through a process of updating the ordinances to reflect that.
Just want to speak to the other uses that the land use, local land use folks around the state had about 6 months to take all these uses and apply specific and objective criteria for them. So there's about a dozen uses in New Shoreham where there was a rush to get that done in that time frame. With disc golf, there's been more opportunity to look more closely at it, and there was extensive public comment. So that's probably related to why there's more criteria in the present amendment before you.
Mm-hmm.
So Karen, if I asked that we make a change on hours of operation to say that it should be no earlier than a certain time and no later than a certain time, that is something that would be, that is something that when somebody came forward with the special use permit, they would work out the times based on the property, the neighbors, where it's located, because we're talking about a lot of different locations. Is that?
No. And the reason why I say no is because you cannot have a specific and objective criteria and then insert discretion into it. It's got to be standard. You've got to be applying the same criteria across the board to everybody. So if you were to say, leave it open, hours of operation, no earlier than 9, no later than 6, period, stop, that's the criteria, that has to be in your management plan, and it is, then that box is checked. If the applicant wants to concede or change hours, that's fine, but the board would not be able to at that point change them, discuss them, have any discretion.
So Karen, I have issues with B on the smoking and also C, the pets. On the parking, I turn to you to say, for the parking shall be consistent with section 502, off-street parking and sidewalks. How does that cover us? What is your opinion on that?
My opinion is that the applicant is required to meet parking standards, whether it says it there or not, because it's already in 502. So that's up to you.
And what are those parking standards in 502?
If you have the draft in front of you, just scroll down to the next page and there is additional language there. Proposed in the draft, the proposed language says disc golf, 6 parking spaces for a 9-hole disc golf course, 12 parking spaces for an 18-hole disc golf course.
And what defines the parking space?
That's a whole other ball of wax I'd have to look up. I don't, Peter, do you know, is it 9 by 18 in New Shoreham? I don't even know what
That's usually the case. I don't know that New Shoreham has that requirement.
So I guess it's an area big enough to put 6 cars basically, or area big enough to put 12.
So, it's 502
Yeah, I have it.
C. The stall width is 9 feet for 90-degree perpendicular parking with a depth of 18.5 feet and a width of 22 feet.
So close.
So if you had a piece of property, you would just have to clear out an area where those vehicles could fit in it. It doesn't, does it say anything about curb stops or lines or anything like that?
I think there's an increased standard for large parking areas. So I don't remember if that's 6 spaces.
Large parking lots are 20 spaces or more.
Okay.
D.
So I think if it's, so an applicant can build more than the required parking, but not less. So if an applicant for disc golf was doing an 18 or a 9-hole course and built less than 20 spaces, I don't think you would need it to be paved and striped, except for that might come up during the review as a beneficial thing to do.
So we can always add these things in later. Obviously, we take the chance that somebody may apply and get approval, and they would be grandfathered, I assume. If we would add in, take whatever, say it was the pets, and it wasn't on something that already got approved, the risk to that is someone may be grandfathered. Am I correct?
Correct. You could always take up another ordinance change on the road if you find that there's a criteria that you want to add. But the timing would be important. If there's any application that's pending and certified complete, they would be vested in the ordinance at the time that they're certified complete.
I don't know how you're feeling about parking, Bill, but I think parking should stay in.
I'm not against the parking. I'm just trying to understand.
No.
What the parking
no.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, in other words, I hate to see, you
There's
know.
hard ones and soft ones.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think an area that is, there's an area where it may be, not that intrusive because there's a space where 2 cars are gonna pull off and park. And I hate to have a piece of property make it over commercialized, a little more commercialized, because we're trying to make 12 parking spots and something where we really want to have, a good example, if you think of the, over on the Ball O'Brien, that's kind of in my eyes, it's kind of a soft parking. You come in, it's a dirty area, wherever it might be, as opposed to, an area you have, say, down at the ferry, whatever.
Yeah.
Or in front of the Harvard Baptist Church, for instance.
Yep.
Karen, I have a question about the parking, so let's say can parking be shared? So if there were 2 functions nearby to one another, so using Bill's example, let's say disc golf was to go in adjacent to Ball O'Brien Park. Could they be counting those parking spaces?
No, not for purposes of the ordinance.
So this would have to be additional parking.
This would have to be its own parking. They have to meet a parking standard for that use, yes. And I know the applicants here, it may be helpful, I don't know, to hear about this particular property and how they have contemplated.
We're not talking about a particular piece of property. You're talking about an ordinance change.
I understand that, but I think the important part of parking for this particular application was that there is not a lot of room, and there was discussion early on, and I don't know if it's still a part of the conversation of having the parking be somewhere else and have people walk onto the site. So I know that was something that was discussed. I don't know if that has changed, but that's why parking became rather important to this particular application from the planning board's perspective.
So in this ordinance, it doesn't say the parking has to be on that piece of property.
Section 502 should require that it's on-site parking.
I think this is where this conversation has gotten completely derailed, though. We're not talking about a specific piece of property. We are talking about an ordinance change. We're not talking about one piece of property. We're talking about
You're absolutely right. But the difficulty that I'm hearing from the board or the council, excuse me, is that there are so many things to think about when you're drafting these types of of criteria for a use. And since it is coming from an applicant who has an idea in mind, I offer that as an additional source of information for you. I imagine that as you're sitting there wondering about what else do we need to contemplate, how does this all make sense? Sometimes it can help to have that information. If it's not helpful, that's fine. You're absolutely right. This is an ordinance change that will be enacted into your general zoning ordinance. It will be applied across the board to everybody, not to one specific property.
So this parking standard would be the same if we're proposing this in all these different zones.
We're only proposing it in one zone.
No.
No,
Yes.
yes, this is only about RA because we've changed.
Only
it.
RA.
I think the X's
Yeah.
right now are where it's currently not permitted. The S under RA is where it is permitted. The council has
So we need
discussed
a motion to.
whether you may
Got it,
decide
got
to
it.
do
Okay.
that, but that is a great example of where standards are different across zones.
Right, because that's what we had talked about at the last meeting about it being in all of the, okay,
But the actual proposal before you is right now RA.
all right, okay. So how would that change if we expand to include other zones? Would we change the parking or would we leave it as it is?
That's up to you.
Yeah, that's up to you. So like sometimes residences, they have fewer parking requirements if they're located near an urban center. And similarly, for whatever reason, maybe a park or a athletic use, you'd have less parking or more parking near an urban center.
Karen, when they present the management plan and they come in and they're gonna say, you've already discussed the hours of operations on the sanitation. If they came in and said, hey, listen, we don't feel that, we need a porta john or whatever, can it be approved without that?
Yes, I mean, you just have to have the real criteria there is E, a management plan shall be submitted for each application and shall include at a minimum the following. So they just have to satisfy number 2, sanitation, location and servicing schedule of restrooms and trash receptacles. You can't be discretionary once you get in there. They just have to have a management plan that addresses that.
So could the management plan on sanitation say that you need to get in your car and drive somewhere if you need to
Good.
use the restroom?
It could.
So it isn't necessarily requiring there to be either built-in or a porta john. It's not necessarily requiring that.
The way that it's written now, correct. It is not requiring that.
By what is in front of us.
Correct.
Keith, do you want to address the buffer? What your feelings are on that?
Yes, though I think it's entirely possible that my feelings about the buffer have changed since the beginning of this conversation. When we last met, my feeling was the buffer was best left to the board who was considering the special use permit. What I heard from Karen, and Karen, make a face at me if I'm not, if I didn't learn what you were trying to teach. We would like to have some manner of minimum for the applicants to know what the objective criteria is. Now, in discussion with the planning board, they could come forward with a 50-foot buffer, but it couldn't be any less than the 25. Am I correct?
Not sure I understand what you're asking. Are you asking whether there's discretion in setting the buffer if the applicant doesn't want to meet what's prescribed here?
Yes.
So dimensional, anything that could be construed as a dimensional requirement they could seek a variance.
Oh, okay, so they would seek a variance from the 25 if they wanted to do less. Does that?
Could a buffer that doesn't exist currently be planted?
You could do, there are setbacks and there are vegetated buffers. They're probably both treated as, if they have a number in them, like a 25-foot vegetated buffer, you could do that. It's still likely to be considered a dimensional requirement. But yes, you could do a vegetated buffer, you could do a setback.
So when we're talking about the setback, are we talking about where the hole is, I guess the basket thing, or are we talking about where the tee, where the, you know, the area where you take off, I guess the tee and the basket? Are we talking about those two spaces of what the setback is? Are we talking about where your defined playing area is along the way?
So the way that it's written right now, it's a vegetated buffer of no less than 25 feet. That would mean that from the lot line, 25 feet into the property, that area would need to stay vegetated.
So it's not about the course, it's about
What you can-
basically a 25-foot wide line that goes inside the property line would be vegetated.
And if there is no vegetation,
Then
Then it's 50.
it's 50
so what is it's 50 to what though? I mean,
to the lot line.
Correct.
The playing field?
No, not from the lot line, from the exterior, from the lot line. It's either 25 feet vegetated. So from the road in 25
Right,
feet
you
is
can't cut within
vegetated.
25 feet.
Right.
I got that.
Or 50 where there isn't vegetation.
So at 50, so that line at 50 feet in, that means that you can't have your tee, you can't have your
Your putting green or whatever it
Yeah,
is, your
that,
basket.
and in between, your play should remain 100 feet off of that buffer.
Exactly, 50, yeah.
Is that how you take that, Karen?
Correct. Exactly.
And how do we, since I know nothing about disc golf, how do we come up with the 50 and the 100? I mean, is that based off of other, courses or?
5-foot came from.
Para, would you identify yourself and come to the mic, please?
Paravagi for the Land Trust. The 25 feet and the 50 feet came from a sort of a comparison to what's currently in the ordinance for regulation golf, at which projectiles travel much further and much faster. So it's basically paring it down from the broader, if I remember the ordinance as it currently reads for regulation golf, it's a substantially thicker buffer. And we just added the term vegetated because we're playing lower to the ground here and we don't want to go crashing, over somebody's fence.
Had you looked at any other disc golf courses as far as what the?
Well, I'm not going to speak to that. I have somebody here who can speak to that, who's certainly been actively involved in this process and knows a lot. Has probably forgotten more disc golf than I'll ever learn. And if you'd care to hear from him, I'm happy to present him. Otherwise, I mean, he's testified before the planning board at length, and
I just see regular golf and disc golf, two different things.
yeah, absolutely, I don't disagree.
And like I said, I don't know whether 25 and 50 is too little, too much. I have, the criteria how we came up with that.
I think honestly, I'm going to agree with Karen on this, that it does read more like a dimensional type of characteristic because it's going to be fungible depending upon where you are. If you have a shorter course with lower velocities required, you may not need 25 feet. You may not need 50 feet. You might be in good territory for a variance. That goes to the characteristics that are, that are up to the zoning board's discretion. The zoning board's input and ability to process information from neighbors and consider the merits of the application.
So Keith, are you comfortable on the 15th?
I am.
Thank you.
My name is Tom Brown. If I
Hey,
would,
Tom.
I just had a comment on that. One thing, I would like to bring to your attention is with the setbacks and buffers and such. All you're doing with the way that that's written up right now is you're taking, say this is our course right here. If you move it 100 feet in, you just moved it 100 feet in this way, 100 feet in this way. Each course is different. Say someone wants to do 9 holes, you just made there what could have been a 9-hole course with a 15 to 25-foot buffer. Now it's probably a 4, 6-hole course. You know what I mean? So something to keep in mind if you're going to hard and fast, put a buffer in somewhere.
So as I understand it, Tom, from what Karen has told us, and from my experience, you could find an ideal site somewhere where a 15-foot buffer is appropriate, right? Okay.
5 feet.
What, 5 feet?
5 feet.
Whatever,
Mhm.
2 feet, 7 meters, whatever the number is. We'd be establishing 25, but you could apply for your special use permit and a variance and make the case to zoning
Was the variance in just going greater than, or you could do less than as well?
less than.
Oh, because I understood it as greater than. The example was from 25. to
Well, I
5
don't know
feet.
what
So-
your definition of greater and just
Sorry.
just so that we're clear, you could say the ordinance says it's 25 feet. We found this wonderful site where it's more appropriate to have it at 5.
Mhm.
You could apply for a variance. Is that,
Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the specific and objective criteria issue. I don't view it precisely the same way as Karen, although I do agree with a lot of what she said about it. But there is a little bit of a historical backdrop here, and in the town of New Shoreham as well as other towns, where special use permits were just listed in a matrix of uses where you had P for permitted, N for not permitted, and S for permitted with no other criteria governing. And just the only criteria was consistency with a comp plan. And then there were other municipalities that had much more specific and objective criteria, such as you must address parking, you must address sanitation, you must address volume, you must address, X, Y, Z. And the legislature, they're not, I won't call them lazy, but they don't want to recreate the wheel. They don't want to go out and pull this language out of whole cloth. They want to sort of harmonize zoning ordinances across the state so that you don't have one town where anybody can get a special use permit for one use, and the next town over, depending upon who you are, you may or may not be able to get one just because you're referencing the comp plan. So that's sort of the historical backdrop. So I sort of agree with the principle that it is a matter of checking the number of boxes. I don't know how specific and detailed. I don't think you need to assign numbers to each one. I sort of disagree with that perspective. But otherwise, I agree with the general sense that you do need to put some criteria in there, but I don't think you need the level of granularity that, that we've talked about at some points. Thank you.
Wait, can I ask you a question? Because you're representing the applicant, right? Okay, so of the criteria on here, is there something specific you don't think is necessary, or you?
Really disagree with much of it, if any of it. Again, I think, like I said, I think the buffer issue is more of a dimensional issue. The management plan, I think, is in and of itself specific objective criteria. which, as we discussed earlier, you have some wiggle room within. Parking is gonna be an issue no matter what. That's gonna be something you have to address. The smoking of materials, I mean, I think we can debate the constitutionality of whether or not you can condition special use equipment on private property on a non-smoking requirement, but otherwise, I don't really have an issue with it.
Bill, I wonder whether things like that you were mentioning, things like conduct and pets, perhaps ought to be in the management plan that the zoning board, instead of in the criterion 6.
If it's in the
Six.
if it's in the management plan, does that give the board more discretion? No?
No.
No?
All right, so much for that idea.
I like the approach. I mean, the frustrating part is, maybe because there's been some abuse down the line where communities have tried to prevent something from, because it's so subjective, and it's unfortunate because the reality of it is, the board should be able to take it up based on the facts and put in reasonable restrictions, and I think that's where my frustration's coming in here. These
It's well put.
rules that we have to play with, and I think it's unfortunate because at the end of the day, we're all neighbors and it will work together from that end of it. So.
Yeah, consistent, just the term consistency with the comp plan is about as subjective as it
Right.
gets. Obviously, the legislature wants to get away from that. And, close reading of the statute, I think just says, it requires specific and objective criteria for the issuance of a category of special use. It doesn't say, and the legislature could have framed it this way. The legislature could have said, you need specific and objective criteria for each specially permitted use. Doesn't say that.
Attorney Baji, could I just have you speak into the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I think
Yeah,
to your last
Turned
point.
off.
Yeah, I appreciate that. 4524, 42B3 does specifically say establish specific and objective criteria for the issuance of each type of use category of special use permit, which criteria shall be in conformance with the purposes and intent of the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance.
Yep, that's exactly right. And my point is, the legislature could have said, maybe it's easier if I look this way. Camera's over there.
It's okay, I got you.
Yeah, okay. Talk to my back of my head, I guess.
I'm used to this.
It could have said specific and objective criteria for each specially permitted use, and it doesn't say that. They could have written it to say that, but it doesn't say that. And there's a substantial and fundamental difference between those two terms, between those two phrases.
It's an interesting point. I believe it's a distinction without a difference. It does say for the issuance of each type of use category of special use permit. We can agree to disagree on that. I don't know that that's fundamentally at issue tonight.
And I agree with 99% of what we've already talked about. So yeah, we're talking.
And here's my problem. I want to support this stuff. I think it's great. But I also want to be respectful. I hate having to have our hands so tied that we can't have that board make some of these decisions and being respectful of the property owners in different areas where this may go.
Absolutely.
That's my frustration.
Yeah, my point is if you apply a specific and objective criterion, it may actually upset the neighbors more than if you had some wiggle room, sort of baked into it.
Yeah, that's fair. I get it. Don't leave, Karen and Peter, but is there anybody else who would like to speak?
Thank you. My name is Matthew Grunberg. I'm an attorney with Blish and Kavanaugh in Providence, Rhode Island. I represent Mr. Stephen Record. I know you've heard from him before, but I think there's some points that need to be reiterated. What I'm hearing tonight is that there's a real struggle with coming up with these criteria. And I think the reason for that is because this use does not belong in the RA zone. And you're trying to come up with these restrictions to protect the neighbors, but each restriction you add only demonstrates that this is not a passive use.
That actually was not where I was coming from. But go ahead.
Thank you. I think we need to get back to the main point here. That the amendment is not consistent with a comprehensive plan. As you know, the comprehensive plan is your North Star here, and consistency with it must be adhered to. You are not under the same evidentiary standard that a zoning or planning decision is. You have some deference, although that deference is not absolute with this legislative enactment. But the applicant in the application materials has not provided any evidence to you that this is a use that's allowable in the RA zone. Now, the comprehensive plan, we can go through each item in there, but it is quite clear and reiterated over and over again that we have a pristine village, a pristine countryside that is one of the last great places in the country. Ecologically, it's the most important place in the state. There are countless references to protection of nature, to protection of conservation land, to the 40 species of birds that need to be protected. And the application and the materials have not provided any information to us as to whether those are actually going to happen. We don't know anything about disc golf. We don't know if birds don't like the discs flying and they leave the spaces here. The planning report by Libra is full of assumptions and conclusory statements, and there's really no evidence there. And I caution the council that if you were to approve this application, there's going to be an issue at the judicial level. You know, you have deference, but the way it is right now, there's simply no information beyond the assumptions that this is an appropriate use for the RA neighborhood. And again, I think the discussion tonight is only demonstrating that. It was asked, how do we know what the buffers are? You know, how do we know what the parking is? These are all just ideas, and there's really no facts there. I think when it comes to the conservation issue, the application should at least have some type of environmental study to tell us that when we're looking at other disc golf facilities around the state or around the country, that there haven't been negative impacts. We're making assumptions here that it somehow blends in to the RA zone and everything the RA zone stands for, but do we really know that? I think more information should really be asked of the applicant to solidify these ideas. As far as the proposed amendment itself, one of the undertones of tonight's discussion has been that there was this site that was selected and that these criteria are really geared towards that site. I know now we're talking about the entire RA zone. And so I think there is a lot of work to do here to really discover what unintended consequences are going to happen if this is passed in the way, in the form it is. We're talking well beyond the site that's contemplated for. That we have 3/4 of the island is this RA zone, which is pristine, preserved landscape. It's a countryside. It's been that way for a very long time. I'm looking at the language here. We're seeing that we need screening, we need parking, we need restrooms, we need trash. There's structures mentioned. What type of structures are those? Are those commercial buildings where they sell discs or t-shirts or, you know, have admission fees paid? I don't know. There's a lot of unanswered questions involved in this. I think we just need to take a step back here and ask ourselves, is there enough information to demonstrate to us that this is a compatible use with the RA zone? And I think all of the questions that you've had tonight are only showing that you're trying to somehow protect this zone with restrictions, which is great, but we need a lot of them. And that should signal to you that maybe this isn't the appropriate place to have disc golf, and that perhaps It is more impactful than the planning report suggests. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All set? So I think there are a few things. One is at our last meeting, actually, why don't I make a motion to close the public hearing? And right, motion to close the public hearing. Second, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Let's have it. One of the things that I felt there was consensus about, but please disagree with me, was the extension of this ordinance beyond just the RA.
Yeah, I would like to see, if anything, I'll tell you right now, I'd like to remove it from the RA zone at this point and put it maybe, I think we can do that without, if I made that motion, we could do that without putting it back out. Couldn't we? If I was to strike that zone, I don't know, if it can follow along with me, but. No.
Right. So, right. I'm going to jump ahead. Right now, RA is the only one on the table. So if you removed RA, there's no discussion. To go the other way and preempt other questions that might come up, for those who may want to expand to other zones, that would require re-advertising, which is what we talked about. What we wanted to convene tonight, at a minimum, to try to get the language agreed upon, so that if you wanted to advertise for other zones,
Sure.
we had
Gotcha.
pinned that part down. So you could do that. It does require re-advertising.
Yep.
Is that clear?
So my feeling about eliminating the RA zone is that there might well be a good spot for it. So my thing is, let's cast as wide a net as possible. And see what folks come up with. That's just my take on it.
As you can put it down where the park is now, in the commercial zone where there's a bathroom, where there's parking, let them try it there. Let's see what kind of activity we get on it. And if there's a huge draw for disc golf, maybe then we'll open it back up for more zones, larger courts.
But it's not an allowable use.
Yeah, that was just a way to support the disc golf.
So you're saying, Tristan, if we open up, you're saying you'd like to see it not in the RA, but start as in the, whatever that zone is by the Paul O'Brien. If it was in that zone, and then based on how that worked out, make a decision about expanding from there. Is that what you're saying?
So I totally get where you're coming from. I don't support that. I think what I do support is opening up basically everything and come with a proposal that meets the criteria, that hopefully is acceptable from the community's perspective, and that could be anywhere.
So could I just ask a question? If we wanted to include everything, would we approve this and then advertise the remaining zones, or would we?
We would make
Wait on-
a
wait on
motion
this.
with language changes. That's kind of what I'm starting.
got it.
That's what
Okay.
I've started.
Got
It
it.
would be redrafted and re-advertised based upon
Thank you.
our action.
Public hearing closed, so I'm not saying anything. But I don't.
So there's a little bit of a question that I'm going to ask out loud about, given that this is an applicant's language,
Whether we can change it.
to what extent that change can be.
Okay, that's,
Is that a clear question, Karen?
It is. And the answer is twofold. As a town council, You have the jurisdiction actually in a legislative capacity to rezone your ordinance. And we're just talking about strictly, I'm not talking about notice, I'm not talking about recommendations from the planning board. I'm just talking about your authority. You have the authority to enact whatever ordinance you want to enact. The applicant should be brought into the conversation because at some point, if changes are made such that the applicant no longer wants to pursue the application, they also have that right to withdraw.
In which case it would not be before us.
It would not. You would have to likely go through some sort of procedural mechanism to bring it back on your own accord.
I see.
Start from scratch ourselves. So if we wanted to,
Go ahead.
so if we wanted to include everything, we basically would have to start from square one and make a proposal to include.
Unless the applicant found that acceptable.
I think there might also
Advertising issue.
be,
Oh, yeah. I mean, I know the advertising stuff, but
you could adopt the ordinance as currently proposed, been modified a few times, which is what the applicant put forward with modifications. And then choose as a council to kick off a process that expanded to the other zones. Accurate?
All right, I'm going to go back to my crazy question from the last meeting. If we're doing this as two separate things, right? And in a new and separate item, we are looking to extend this into other zones. Can we expand it to include more than one use? Like, could it include dog parks?
we certainly could. We're the legislative body and have the authority to pass ordinances, you know. We're the legislative authority and have the ability to pass ordinances, so you could. I don't understand from my perspective why an applicant would object to a broader opportunity that we might propose of having more zones as potential sites for a disc golf course. Sure.
The applicant, I mean, I don't, fundamentally, I think that makes sense to expand it to broader zones, to more zones. It's not what we put forward. It's not what, it's at some point, and I agree with, I forget who's, I think it was Jen's or Amy's or Karen's comment that this would probably be something you would want to get outside counsel or some other council to put that amendment, to expand it to broader zones, because, we've put a lot of time and energy into this one particular zone. To start again from square one to get it back before planning for the other 6 or 7 zones would just be, it would be incompatible with everything we've done to this point so far. We're happy with the RA zone. We don't have it, I think it's a good idea to expand it to other zones. I just don't think that we're in the position to do that now as the applicant. If the town.
Was that a no?
It's a, we like it, but we're not, I mean, I'm not prepared to go down, I don't think the land trust is prepared to go down that road legislatively, go through that whole legislative process again for the expanded zones.
Does
It's been
extending it to other zones require us to send it back to planning?
I would recommend that you do. That's a substantive change enough that you would want to get planning advisory.
And we don't want to be obstinate, but there's a bit of, we've been doing this for a while.
Yep.
Thank you.
Well,
Well-
so if this were, if this were approved, we wanted to expand it, we would initiate that
Yes.
as a council, initiate it through planning board
Yes.
and have it come back to
Yes.
us. We could say, hey, listen, we like what we approved in here. We'd like it applied to the others.
Mhm.
And it would come back to us
Yes.
after advertising.
Yes. Yep.
Is the cleanest.
Great.
All right, so then if I make a motion to approve? No?
Uh,
Or you want
I'm not gonna,
to, you want to go
I'm
back?
not gonna
in?
approve what's here. I'd like
No.
to talk about a little more. There's a couple
yeah,
things
yeah.
I want.
Just to,
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Bill.
I think in general, I think, I have an issue with, actually I had an issue with, B, C, and D, but D not so much after the clarification that we had on it. The pets and the service animals. Also on B, the smoke and the materials. I don't think that should be in this here.
So B and C.
Yeah, B and C.
Yep.
And, and I want to say it one more time, so I make sure I understand it right. On the management plan, if I were to, if someone was to come forward and they said, listen, based on where this is, we don't, our management plan doesn't include a bathroom facility. They could approve it without a porta john or without, a physical facility there.
Correct.
I just don't want them to require to be putting porta johns up in places we don't want them.
So did you get that, Molly? If you wanted to make a motion, that we would remove B and C from six B and C.
And Keith,
So,
and then Keith, I just want
Yep.
you to come back on so you're good with that, with the setback on the 25 and 50?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
And
Because you can use a variance. Go ahead. Molly.
Before you make a motion, I just want to make sure that we are all on the same page as to which draft we're using. There's a draft with the language, it's in red at the top that says.
I'm using newly drafted language from
Okay.
proposed changes raised.
Okay, so that would, if you were to keep D,
a minute.
about parking, that would be including.
Right.
Shall be consistent with 502.
So there would
Correct.
be no strike through there.
I got two of those, Millie.
One says newly drafted language from May 20th.
They both say, one has,
Oh, yeah, you did. Maybe not. I had.
So.
So, yeah.
Read, the current,
So there's two changes in this newly drafted. D, parking, is striking the 6 and the 12.
okay,
Yes. And so I shall be consistent with 502, off-street parking and sidewalks. And then down E1, as I understood it from Karen, if we kept not earlier than, or no earlier than, that is not a specific criteria. Is that correct?
so it should be hours of operation 9 to 6.
You can do no earlier than and no later than. That's not
Oh, you can.
necessarily.
Okay,
You
I'm
can,
sorry.
that's because those requirements 1 through 5 are just things that have to be
Okay.
set forth in the management plan. The actual specific and objective criteria is that a management plan is submitted.
Thank you.
Do you get that, Bill? So no earlier than is okay. No later than is okay. On 6D, it would be consistent with section 502 off-street parking sidewalks. Correct?
Correct. That's the version that you're working with. Yes.
Okay. I mean, am I working with the right, have I been working with the wrong version all night? That would be, let's start again.
I know there are a few out there, so I wanted to make sure we're on.
All right, so we would be eliminating 6B and C. We would be parking, let's just be clear about this. Parking would say D, parking shall be consistent with section 502 off-street parking / sidewalks. Correct? Would not say 6 parking spaces
Right.
for, right?
But yeah, but in 502, it does say that though. So it's just moved.
Right. Yes,
Basically
yeah.
stays the
Thank
same.
you.
It
Thank
ju-
you,
it just
Bill.
moved
Yeah.
into the-
I'm trying to make sure we have this language in this ordinance correct. But thank you. That's right. Any changes in the management plan? No? Vegetated buffer were good, or the buffers were good.
Wait a minute. So the buffer says,
Buffer says disc golf requires a vegetated brush buffer no less than 25-foot wide abutting residential properties. Where vegetated brush buffering is not present or
Yep.
practicable, a 50-foot wide open space buffer is required.
gotcha, yep.
So my motion would be to approve this ordinance with the following changes. Delete 6B and 6C. The parking language in 6D shall be consistent with section 502 off-street parking sidewalks. And the rest remains the same. I have to say for the record that I would support the idea of extending this to other zones, but understand the hurdle there, and we can take that up on a future agenda. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So it's 3-1. All right then.
Mhm. Gonna extend. No, it's only approved.
Thank you.
All right. It is time for Ann Salinas and coastal resiliency. Hey, Ann, come on up. Okay. Would there be, we're going to do 10 first because Keith is skipping all over the damned agenda tonight.
Taking a break?
Okay, great. What date would you like here?
July 7th, please.
July 7th. Can I have a motion to set public hearing for July 7th for the aforementioned Article 2 amusements 818 license conditions, etc.? Second. All those in favor indicate
Second.
by saying aye. Opposed,
Right.
no. The ayes have it.
Wasn't the other thing continued to July 15th? You can't do them the same day?
The problem arises with a general ordinance has doesn't become effective until 7 days after the approval. And the zoning becomes effective immediately.
Understood.
Do you understand? Okay.
I just, yeah.
Yeah.
My answer is what Millie said.
Thank you.
All right, Ann?
Tristan,
right.
do you want to do a quick?
Do a 2-minute break?
Yes, a 2-minute break would be wonderful.
I didn't see you. Getting to be late. Wait.
Was there an email? Did you send out an email that says it was, or, yeah. Oh, I did. That would be. Yeah, yeah. Are you guys for Friday? Thursday. What's that Friday? It'll be 3 here. Yeah, we're trying to do it like afternoons. Not too little, so. It is Sarah Kern, right? She said. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 of us. Five. No, 1, 2, 3. No, I mean. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. So we need to, if you have Sarah, so let's people. But we really. I didn't. He writes it at he writes at 9 hours. I say so too. That's my first country.
Yeah, it's freezing in here. This is keeping us
All right,
awake.
guys. Thank you, brother. Would you like a lifesaver? Would you like a lifesaver?
Sure, do you have an extra?
No,
I don't
you have,
really-
you take, no, you take it. Come on.
Definitely ruin the taste.
All right, Ann,
Okay.
looking forward to this work you do.
Oh, thank
that
you.
Commit to this. I really appreciate it.
Thanks.
I think we all do. Thank
So-
you.
So I'm Ann Salinas, currently the chair of the Coastal Resilience Committee, or the CRC. A few other of our members are here. Vice Chair Judy Gray, Mary Anderson, and Sosha Cohen. The CRC, actually, should I tell you, Millie, when to go to the next slide? If you go to the next slide. So the CRC, which was originally named the Sea Level Rise Committee, was created by the Town Council in 2021. And our mission is to gather scientific data and community input to advise the town on priority actions that strengthen Block Island's coastal resilience in the face of sea level rise and climate change. So we're here tonight to do just that. We felt that now was a good time to do so, given the conclusion of the current Corneck Road Dune Restoration Grant and the pending new grant with RIDM. It's also a good time to do because we wanted to present analysis of all the public feedback we've received, mostly in the month of April, on the town beach dune restoration and beach pavilion, and also to share the new guide that Nora Clark of the Nature Conservancy developed with us for protecting your Block Island home from flooding and erosion. So next slide. Just to quickly touch on the threats that we face due to sea level rise and climate change. The main ones are sea level rise and more frequent and intense storms. So sea level rise is accelerating between 1976 and 2016, 40 years, the sea level in Rhode Island rose by 6 inches, but between 2017 and 2033, which is 16 years, it's expected to rise another 6 inches, with long-term projections of 3 to 6.5 feet of sea level rise by 2100. And about 95% of the coastline of Rhode Island erodes about 2 feet per year on average. We don't have specific data on Block Island, but we are collecting data and measuring, but we don't have the kind of analysis and projections. We're seeing storms that are more frequent and more intense. By 2050, what's now a 20-year storm will be a 5 to 10-year storm, and by 2100, that will be a 2-year storm. So higher sea levels mean storm surge reaches further inland, causing flooding and accelerating erosion, which of course affects our roads, our drinking water, infrastructure, emergency access, and daily life. Next slide, please. So taking all this into account, and with the idea that through building resilience, we're trying to mitigate the most negative impacts and protect and prevent, damage. We focus on priority locations that we've identified as being most vulnerable and that also hold important town infrastructure or facilities that serve the whole community. So those are the 5 priority areas are listed there. We also have organized ourselves into working groups and points of contact so that we can move actions forward between our monthly meetings and ensure that at least one CRC member is following and coordinating on each priority topic. So our members contribute a great deal of their time year-round to advancing this work, and much more coastal resilience work will be achievable when there are town personnel dedicated to this work as well. The next slide, please. So in addition to the specific recommendations for Corneck Road and dune restoration, which I'll get to next, we wanted to recommend a few other priority actions to the town. The first of these is to invest in a long-term risk assessment, meaning 50 years, not beyond the 10-year comprehensive plan, and also ensure the 10-year comprehensive plan has a robust analysis and plan for coastal resilience. And we're very pleased the town will be able to hire a consultant in the coming fiscal year to focus on coastal resilience. We'd recommend that the town consider including in the consultant's scope, conducting an island risk assessment using existing data that we have, managing the pending subgrant from RIDEM, contributing to the comprehensive plan, and also supporting further community engagement, especially on the Core Neck Road resilience and dune restoration. And should there be an additional Orsted agreement or future grant funding, we would like the town to consider requesting additional contributions so that the Coastal Resilience Coordinator position could become a full-time staff position. And also, again, to support the development of the long-term coastal resilience plan. Next slide. So one of our key roles is to engage with the community, to collect their input and conduct outreach. And we devote a lot of our effort to this. So we wanted to summarize the feedback we've received from the public. This includes feedback from the April 2nd event where GZA presented the conceptual designs for the beach pavilion. We broke into discussion groups and recorded the feedback. Earth Day Fair, we also received feedback at our table. And the GZA survey, which had 165 respondents, 68% of those were year-round residents. So that survey is not yet final, meaning the analysis, the report's not final, but they gave us preliminary results. And we do want to collect more feedback from during the summer, especially from people who use the beach pavilion. So the most significant finding, I think, is that coastal resilience stands out as the top priority. 92% of respondents said they are aware of flooding risks, and 87% expressed concern about long-term coastal vulnerability. 67% of respondents support restoring the dune line, even if that requires relocating or rebuilding the pavilion behind it. Another important theme is how people want us to act. There is a clear preference for phased, flexible approaches rather than immediate large-scale construction. When it comes to pavilion location, the opinions are divided. What's notable, though, is people agree on how decisions should be made. They should be made based on resilience, long-term performance, and reducing the risks. So while they don't agree on a single solution, the priorities and the decision process is clear. Next slide, please. So when we look at how people actually use the pavilion, the functionality is top of the list, with restroom, showers, and changing areas consistently identified as the most important features. The cost and long-term sustainability are also key considerations. 71% of respondents rated long-term cost reduction as very important, reinforcing the preference for practical, durable solutions. Access for people with limited mobility was also mentioned repeatedly as one of the biggest unresolved challenges, especially regarding dunes, ramps, and safe crossings. And 58% of respondents believe current parking capacity is sufficient, but there are concerns about flooding, drainage, and road resilience. So finally, there is a clear call for a process that features transparency, more and better data, and ongoing engagement of the community. Next slide, please. So last week, the CRC met to agree on a consensus statement, which we shared with you all, on protecting Core Neck Road from catastrophic storm damage. So these next few slides are on that. To summarize, Core Neck Road is really the island's lifeline. It's our primary route for emergency access, evacuation, and everyday travel. The section north of Beach Avenue is vulnerable to major coastal storms, which combine storm surge, strong wave action, and direct impact on the road, the only road connecting the north and south ends of the island and on the dunes. We've already seen what it looks like during things like Superstorm Sandy, which is in that photo, where erosion and damage happen very quickly. So the key takeaway is that this section of road, if this section of road is compromised, it would have serious consequences for public safety, emergency response, and daily life on the island. Next slide, please. So the most important thing protecting the roadway today is the dune system. It's our first and our best natural defense against storm damage. But that system is only effective when it's continuous and intact. Right now, the biggest weakness is the beach pavilion, where the dune line is interrupted. The gap allows waves to travel directly toward the road, especially at the narrowest and most exposed section of the road. Looking ahead, sea level rise and more intense storms will only increase the risk. And while there are also flooding concerns from the pond side, the greatest threat to catastrophic damage still comes from direct ocean wave impact. The CRC's recommendations to the town focus on addressing this key vulnerability. Next slide, please. So these are our recommendations. First and foremost, to restore the dune barrier at the beach pavilion site by relocating the pavilion and rebuilding the dune system. Second, there's a strong need to involve the community in this process through design workshops and make sure that solutions reflect local needs and concerns. Third, we should also strengthen other parts of the dune areas, including those that have been identified and for which there's funding to implement Scotch Beach parking and stormwater management area and the dune paths. So finally, we recommend continuing the design work related to the beach pavilion and dune rebuilding and securing funding to help implement. And next slide, please. So we feel like, sorry, going back to the, we think taking action now can reduce the risk and of much more serious and costly damage in the future, and maybe doing a cost analysis of the cost of doing nothing versus doing something now would be useful as well as next step. So final slide. This is our guide for protecting your Block Island home from flooding and erosion. Again, we really want to thank Nora Clark for taking the lead on this, doing the heavy lifting. We have given it our blessing. There's a couple people, I think, that are still in the town reviewing, so some additional edits might be made, but our goal is to print it using our $2,000 budget line item, probably not all of it, to print them and start to distribute them before the end of the fiscal year. So thank you for giving us this opportunity, and we look forward to doing so in another 6 months or fewer. And let us know if you have any
Can I ask a
questions.
question?
Sure.
It's just looking at that, I was there in the wintertime, we probably all were, and then looking at that photograph from the winter where the dune is, nature is clearly telling you what it wants to do there, right?
Right.
Because every year you have to shovel the sand out of it, and it almost builds its own dune up the side of the beach pavilion. And that leads me to a perhaps more technical question than anybody's prepared to answer tonight. But is there a way to do both? In other words, is there a way to build that dune a little farther out from the existing beach pavilion so that nature does what it wants to do, and to have walkovers from the while we're thinking about what to do with the beach pavilion, to have walkovers from the beach pavilion building?
So on the road side of the beach pavilion?
No, on the beach side. Right now, essentially, the beach pavilion in the winter is acting as the snow fence.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it looks like to me anyway, unburdened by any scientific knowledge. And it really just made me wonder, well, is there a way to encourage it to grow 10 feet out from the pavilion and still use the pavilion while the discussions are ongoing about what to do with the pavilion, where to put it, there's a lot of questions associated with that, how you fund it, PS. Is there a way to encourage that dune to grow, a little farther toward the water and use walkovers?
I will say that the dune is naturally pushing towards the.
Naturally pushing toward.
So if you try to build it there, I don't know how successful you'll be, but I'll let you. Judy,
Well, we learned a lot from Leah Hill in Nantucket about some of the possible technologies that we could deploy. They have, in addition to creating plantings and stopping people from walking
right there where the most useful area of the pavilion is, the area in front of the pavilion. But they have these little things you can screw into the sand that like are little whirligigs that build, they act like fake grass. But the other thing is, we could, do coir logs and then try and do something really fakey, but that hopefully nature would take over.
Yeah.
I mean, there are technologies that we could try. And that would be that's a,
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Yeah,
I'm just curious.
but
about
it is possible.
I do worry, I don't worry, but I mean, when you look at this, the truth is when you look at the capital priorities that the town has, building a new beach pavilion ain't on there, right? So, but it's entirely possible at some point, that there's a new grant program to do stuff like this. Okay,
Yeah.
it's just a boy can dream, right? But in the meantime, is there a way station, or is there a way that protects what is, all you have to do is look at that photograph. It's clearly that's the problem. Like, that's a pretty immediate problem. And, just curious.
I feel like if a storm big enough to damage the road there would also take out the beach pavilion. And then you have a
As you
expensive mess to clean up and you have to rebuild. So I think ends up being more costly to wait for that to happen.
Yeah,
It-
I think.
And I do think the funding thing is not high in the sky. I think
No.
there's actually still quite a lot of funding available for
Yeah.
these coastal resilient
Yeah.
types of efforts. So.
And hi, Judy Gray. What we're really pushing for is to finish the design so that whatever happens with the beach house, we have a shovel-ready project that's ready to go.
Does the design drive the location? Because I really thought that the GZA guys, the GZA team really did a great job in April because I attended that. But there's sort of like two fundamental questions, right?
Siting,
There's the siting and there's
Yeah.
what kind of building do you build? And I wonder if those are always intimately linked, or can you decide on a design and then also decide where to
Yeah.
put it,
Yeah, and all their designs were in one site. Yeah, I think with the next grant that,
Mm-hmm.
when it happens, we can put that in the scope. I think starting with maybe more analysis of the sightings because GZA didn't do as much of that.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
Do you want to say
it's a
anything
beautiful
about
document.
You like it?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
really,
good.
really nice and very informative. It's
Great.
terrific.
Yeah, took a fair amount of work, so
Bill
we're
has a question.
happy with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just hope that the idea of moving the beach house back and having to do in front of it, location of that isn't set in stone, because I've heard a lot of pushback from people of, concerns that you're sitting in the beach house looking at dune, you have to go up and over. So I'd like us to see, I think everyone agrees that something with the beach house eventually, whether it's up higher or what might be, but, as you had said, Judy, other alternatives, and they may be just like we closed the gap up down by the beachhead in the wintertime, with sand, to look at all possibilities there too, whether it be sheeting in the front of it that pushes the water aside, but, I don't think there's a consensus on the location of that building.
Keith, can I just to that point, I don't think there is consensus, but there is a process that's going to play out over the next 12 to 24 months. Even though we are a very long way from ever building, or moving a beach house, we have these planning funds and a lot of work is going to go into that. So I would encourage people to participate in those processes now, even though it feels very premature, because as we've all sort of talked about, it could go suddenly. And the goal is to have some plans on the shelf ready to go. And so it's important for those people who have concerns to bring them forward now when we're going through it, even though it's very conceptual.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
I just see us hate to spend a lot of money on the concept and it comes around, it's not what people want.
And so we're asking two people to participate so that it reflects what the community does want and what those priorities might be.
And I will say, I think the participation's been good. I mean, we had over 50 people at that event on April 2nd. We also, the 165 respondents for the survey, I think was pretty great for the spring. So, but we'll continue to try to get more participation in these things as we go forward. So,
Are you hearing
It's-
much pushback on the building being moved back and a dune being in front?
there, I mean, we heard some people express that, yeah, but I think as the survey showed, the majority, 67%, recognize the need to move the pavilion. So, I mean, how that happens and where you position the new building and how you deal with the views, I think is a separate question, but the vast majority are supportive of rebuilding the dune.
Maybe by the
Yeah.
survey, but I think we got to dig a little deeper on that.
Yeah.
But from what I'm hearing from people.
Yeah. Yep.
But they'll be also voting down the line on the dollars of it too. And I hate to see us put something together and spend all that money if it isn't. So I hear what you're saying. And I encourage people to, but I just want you to know what I'm hearing from people is why would we have a dune in front of it and they're not in favor of that.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you. But it makes me think of the work that we're doing and trying to reach out to people. And to your point, if more people come, part of our work is to educate the public so that they're aware of why this is a growing concern. And that concern's not going away, and the building is likely not to survive, as you can see from the presentation. That another storm, we can't know when that is, but the work that we're going to continue doing, as Ann said, is to create space for community to be more educated so that they have a better understanding of why we're proposing this, so that they feel two things. They feel involved in the process and heard in the process. And in doing that, they'll understand more about why we have to figure this out. It's figure outable. We can also try to come up with a number of what it costs to do nothing. But I think we saw a lot of really good community involvement. To Ann's point, 67% of the people on the respondents agreed this was an issue. We saw a lot of people also on Earth Day. That's where some of these comments came from. So people that were concerned at Earth Day, we just were there to hear their concerns and again, use the diagrams from GZA that show these different concepts that aren't concepts that people are necessarily asked to vote on one of the three, but just as a conversation piece. So we hear you and we're going to do more community outreach and encourage more people to come to meetings so that they are more educated and have a better sense of why we're talking about this, because we're working for you, not for us. So, yeah.
And I appreciate the work you're doing. I'm not trying to be a naysayer at all. I've gone to your meetings and I think you guys are working really hard and I appreciate that. I think sometimes the people that go to those meetings aren't always everybody, unfortunately.
Sure.
And we could say shame on them, but at the end of the day, everyone has to live with what we come up with from there. So just,
No,
for the
it doesn't.
messaging.
Yeah, no, just to reassure you, it doesn't feel like you're being a naysayer.
Yeah.
That's our job, is to hear from you and those people. So, yeah, we intend to do more of that or create more space so that people can have a conversation, an educated opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's talk transportation
Yeah,
safety.
mine's easy. I want to be like the CRC, a little out of order from my memo. But there's two things. We're hopefully not going to be the signboard, but we've come up with a couple of suggestions, kind of working off that heat map of where the accidents were. So I don't know if everyone read it, but there was
Yes.
one there on Weldon's Way. And then the other big one, which we think might be a concern, is how nice Beacon Hill is, and it's a little confusing. Are you on asphalt or are you on recycled asphalt? So,
absolutely.
you know, those are the two ideas. And then the big thing is the quorum. So like I said in the beginning, we want to be more like the CRC. So we need some more participation.
I have to say, first of all, if you, I'm the cause of some of the quorum problems. And if you have to, if you're ever curious when I'm gonna have a medical appointment, just ask Tristan when the next meeting of the Transportation Safety Committee is, because I feel like every damn time it's scheduled, it's the craziest thing, and I apologize.
We've had some consistency with some few members, you know, when we made up this committee, I can remember that there was some discussion on the size of it.
Yeah, yes.
And that's the biggest problem, just with that quorum number.
Yeah.
So.
I really like the first two ideas a lot. I've noticed, for the record, Susan and I live on Beacon Hill, and I've noticed, first of all, the fact that that recycled asphalt was used on that road does not mean that it's pothole free. Heather. Exactly. So I think anything we can do there, and the top up by where Heather lives is not as treacherous as it was, but I have to tell you, I think everybody who lived on Beacon Hill, that was a scary thing, the idea of mopeds coming down that hill. So Amy, do we vote on these and leave them with you? Do you have thoughts?
I think that's the case. Vote on them, leave them with me and with Mike. A little more direction on the idea of painting on the asphalt. Was that a very strong recommendation or was that a softer request?
Just an idea, just making it clear that you cannot go on those roads.
Yeah.
I think we might have some resistance to that, but.
Well, it was there. It was there, maybe a larger sign that.
Yeah, I don't
I'll
think
trade
the
you a
signs
sign.
that we have are especially effective.
And
truthfully.
that's where I was coming from that, is that it's not clear.
Yeah.
So, you know, or maybe we need to move them to the location.
Yeah, they're very small.
Or it might be just now that we've extended the aprons, unless Paul's gonna say something, but maybe now we just need to move them from their old position.
Yeah, that's a thought as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so if the council has consensus on these,
Yes,
Let us know.
I think there is. And on the reduction in committee membership, Melly, would you remind me, do we have to agenda that probably and vote on it? So we'll put that on the next agenda. Tristan, thank you for your work there.
Yeah, and I think the sign thing, like I said, even if it was on both sides, I think I'd want a little more thought into the road itself painting out, so.
Yeah. All right. Now we have discuss and act on engagement. I asked for this to be on because I may be the I don't know if I'm the only person who actually reads all those PUC filings that we get and the reports that we get, but maybe because I spent a lot of time during my career working on utility regulatory matters, I'm still addicted to them. And it struck me that even as a person who has at least some experience and understanding of the nomenclature, I don't know what the town's role is. I don't know how frequently we should. Do you send letters? Do you intervene? I don't know how that works, but it strikes me that given that the Block Island Ferry is our lifeline, we'd ought to be very engaged and thoughtful beyond just sort of whatever, all of us reading the filings. That I don't know. That's
Can I chime in?
Yes, please.
I had a similar but slightly different reaction, so I'm actually glad to see this on the agenda. Between the recent BIPCO filings about their debt and then the interstate, again, just the regular earnings, for me, it was a great opportunity to say, I don't have issues with either of these.
Yes.
But if I did, what would I do? And could we as a body react in a way that was timely? So it seems like the right time to talk about it when there's not something on fire. Because I don't know that in this moment, we would be prepared to navigate the PUC process as adequately as we would want to if there were something important. So I think we've talked about this or touched on it a little bit in the past, but it's a concern of mine that I don't think we're prepared for should something arise.
Right. I'm glad you said that, by the way. I haven't seen anything that that I find objectionable. It's just, I don't know. Do you have thoughts about how we could be better prepared?
I don't, but if the council shared those concerns, I am confident that Nick and James and I could come up with some recommendations as to how to proceed.
Anybody have thoughts?
I don't have any on the current one that.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
This is
Totally. It's not about
Yeah.
the current, it's not about any of the current ones, in my opinion. I just was sort of like, what do we do?
For example, I don't know that whether we would tap the same resource to navigate both of those parties.
Right.
Is there the professional who might help us with an interstate issue, the same person who might help us with a utility district
Right.
topic, or are those at this point different specialties? I don't even know. It's just something I feel unprepared for in a future
Intervener in
situation.
both. If anything,
Yes.
for intervener, I think it's more a matter of having whether it's an attorney or whether to have, like Barbara used to do, Barbara Everett Shorey and so forth, and maybe Kim would even have better light on this in the past, whether it be, a resource, a consultant, when something comes up that we tap into as to, the process from there.
Right, but we'd be going through a solicitation process, which would likely leave us outside of a window to respond, for example.
Yeah.
That's my
Right.
concern.
Right. So you'd want to have someone sort of with their engine idling.
Someone on retainer, basically.
I mean, as a consultant.
Go ahead, Kim.
Just from.
You mind coming up?
Oh.
Sorry. Right. Exactly.
There he is. Just from past, we used to have a lot of both interstate and BIPCO. And it is always a challenge to have the turnaround because, a lot of times it's intentionally, they're doing the best for their business and they're going to give you a short time to respond. So we would often use our solicitors to at least get our foot in the door as an intervener while we had time to figure out whether or not we had an issue, whether it was, rates. Usually it would be rates. And we did hire, specialists. And when I first met Barbara McMullen, she was doing she does utility rate design, so she could help. And, gone are the days where Barbara and I wrote the intervener memo, right? So, but that's what we used to do, and our town solicitor would help and put it through. So, it's a different day. There used to be a consumer advocate through the AG's office for PUC items, and it might be worth having a conversation with that person or that position to see how they could help the town be prepared for those situations as a starting point.
Sure.
And I don't know if that position still exists, but I imagine it does. So anyway, that's just some.
Thank you, Ken.
Going back to the past.
What's that?
No chance of going back to the past. then.
Oh, that would be good.
Yeah, it's up time with Bob.
You know, in the long run, I mean, that's when I learned so much about these issues when you had to do those things. And it was just a format, you know, you have to have that 14-inch paper and it had to go Q&A and that would be, but it's usually when you have to break it down, it's kind of common sense. And if you have some expertise in your solicitor or other specialists.
Kim, do you remember when Everett Shorey and I think with Barbara and were
Well,
they
Everett-
volunteers or what was that?
Yeah, there was a task force, electric utility task group.
Yeah.
And they got involved then, but Barbara was involved much earlier because on boat, she helped us with some of the interstate filings early on when we had, when we were discussing a lot of the difference between rate increases for freight versus people versus islanders versus how much debt is we town going to take on because they're going to get a fast ferry, you know, oh my God, you know. So now we're so much farther beyond that. But since her background is in rate design of utilities, whether it's electric utility or transportation utility, the concepts that you have a public utility where that entity exists as a public utility because it's to serve the public. And yes, they're allowed to make a profit, but you also have to protect the public. So those basic concepts were ingrained in her professional background. So finding those people is helpful, but I think starting with the AG, consumer advocate, who usually sits when the PUC commissioners are sitting there, that person was usually sitting right there, you know, helping with the legal issues. So,
But Kim, when there were rate cases, though, the town did hire representation, didn't they?
Yes.
When the ones who were.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we did. But we also used to use our town solicitor.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe in those days they were more general. I don't know,
Right.
you know, but be good to ask what kind of background or what kind of colleagues this firm has that has specialty in rate design or public utilities in general. I don't know.
Could we, when you have the capacity, if we could agenda this after you've spoken to Nick and James and kind of, I'd love to it's just something we ought to be talking about, you know?
Sounds good.
All right. Amy, you're still on. We have our bond authorizations here.
Yes, so these were the 4 questions that were passed at financial town meeting. They're all pretty accelerated on the timeline, meaning we're not just sitting on authorizations. They're projects that are ready to go. And so the first step is to have the resolutions supporting those questions. It's likely that at least 3 of these will probably be issued in the fall. We're working on a schedule right now.
Can you remind me whether we have a plan for the 3.2 or you know, like
Yes.
how robust is that plan, or is it
So we-
subject to, you know what I mean?
We have
I
a
know
few
there's a
things.
plan.
We have a CRMC assent.
Yes.
We have a set of requirements from DEM.
Yeah.
And we have subsequently submitted to DEM a proposed plan consistent with the
Okay.
assent. So we're working through the final permitting process. The goal is to have that out to bid over the summer.
I was being lazy as I was reading it. I couldn't remember how robust the plan was, so that was
Yeah, it's pretty rigid,
yes,
honestly.
right. Yeah. Terrific. Any questions for Amy?
This one's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Do people want to single these out, or can we approve all 3?
I think you need to do them
Individually? Okay. Item A, can someone make a motion to approve the issuance of bonds or notes not in an amount not to exceed $3.2 million for financing the renovation, the excavation, removal, burial, reconstruction, repair, and revetment construction associated with stabilization and maintenance of the shoreline side slope of the town's closed landfill and completion of the closures of the landfill, such work to be undertaken in conjunction with the permit applications approved by Rhode Island CRMC and Rhode Island DEM.
So moved. Second.
Second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Can I have a motion to approve the issuance of bonds and or notes in an amount not to exceed $1 million for financing the repair, replacement, and or improvement of town roads and bridges?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Could I have a motion to approve the issuance of bonds and or notes in an amount not to exceed $942,000 for financing capital improvements at the Block Island Water District?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, the question.
Yep.
On this one here, Amy, is this paid back by the ratepayers?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Not all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And then a motion, if I could have a motion to approve the issuance of bonds and or notes in an amount not to exceed $1.1 million for financing the town's contribution to the acquisition, outfitting, and equipping of a pumper fire engine. Is there a motion?
So.
Is there a second? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Question.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, Bill.
No problem. This is this is the first pumper, right? This isn't the one we just approved.
This is engine 4.
Another one. This is another truck.
Is this the one we just approved the last financial meeting? Or is
Yeah.
that the one?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amy, you're up again.
We're gonna, this should be pretty brief. In terms of legislative action, DOT, no new information. We will have a check-in at the council level at our June 17th meeting. Is that when that is? If they have not started the design process, then on the 17th, we will be talking about whether to issue another letter notice effective July 1 about how we would treat the contract if they haven't been moving forward. We may, even if they are moving forward, we may still want to issue a protective letter to
Right,
keep that pressure on.
right.
But you can think about that, but it'll be on your agenda on the 17th. So.
I'd leave that to your discretion, but I would lean towards that. I think that's our card.
Yep.
But like I said, I leave your discretion based on where you feel you're at.
I just
But-
want to get you to the last meeting of the year and then tell you you had to vote on it. So you can think about it in between and we.
Yeah, I mean, my take's the same, Bill. I hate to say it, but we got to continue to engage on all fronts.
Yeah.
And that's one of the fronts.
So optimistic, but
And-
cautious.
And that letter has definitely gotten attention.
Non-owner occupied property tax is still working its way through the political situations in the background. Tick-borne illnesses, I did share a document with you. So after the hearing in the House, May 4th drafted this resolution. I did some editing as a strategy that would likely be more palatable and therefore more successful in passing the legislature this session. So it takes the bill that we had proposed, reframes it as a resolution, still requires that DEM engage in a conversation with the town about changing the deer management hunt strategies, but also frames that in the broader alpha-gal tick-borne illness conversation. So if I just sort of skip here, to the first resolve, that the House of Representatives and the General Assembly of the State of Rhode Island direct Rhode Island DEM in consultation with the town of New Shoreham and the Rhode Island Department of Health to develop a comprehensive regulatory framework for the management and reduction of deer population on Block Island for the purposes of mitigating tick-borne illnesses. This structure is designed to take away some of the direct opposition that people have to asking for hunting relief specific to New Shoreham. That the feedback
Not
after
people here now, state, the state ordinance.
particularly DEM and some of the hunting groups, that they will continue to oppose vigorously because they don't want to ever be seen as letting up on or giving unique authority for hunting situations.
So is this a bill or this?
This is a resolution, so it is not a bill. It doesn't codify the requirements in the statute exactly. It's a little bit like our special use permit criteria, doesn't codify it in the ordinance, but does direct them to work within, I think it's 6 months, to come up with a plan, a hunting plan with the town that addresses.
We
the
already know what
concerns.
the hunting plan is to include weekends and the stuff. We know what that is. So we're saying, I don't understand. I think this is a waste of time.
Okay.
I think that it's, I think, Keith and I went up when we testified the other day. This was basically, they totally struck down the concept of, which would fully give the DEM the say on it anyhow. And on this end of it, I think the understanding, Keith, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we would get away from the hunting aspect of it. And if it was a culling type approach or something like that, we would have more success. Yes. Was that what you heard, Keith? And I think that the DEM's approach, and in the letter that they said that, that was opposition to the legislation we put in, was that they, that we're not doing enough hunting, and that's why, and that's how you manage your herd.
But we're not looking to manage the herd.
This is what the DEM said to us. So the reason the hunting problem is we're not managing the herd because we're not doing everything we can do hunting wise. And that was a letter from Terry Gray to the legislature.
Yep.
And then the opposition was mainly a hunting group. Keith, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, this was a hunting group. And the hunting group said, listen, we're concerned about protecting hunters' rights throughout all hunters in the state of Rhode Island to be able to hunt. And his suggestion was our opposition, it wasn't a guarantee, our opposition would be probably much less if it was I'm calling
It
culling.
was about predation.
Right, yeah.
Damage permit,
Damage permits, essentially.
Right.
which
A new variant.
is still part of this conversation.
Damage permits exist right now. Barbara Burek used to have them all the time. You get your trees were rubbed with the antlers. She get permission to damage permit. Damage permit is not going to keep up with, with what we're looking at.
I don't think we were going to execute at the same scale of somebody's tree protection. So again, we were going to take that damage permit concept in a more robust island-wide way. I think the concern is that at every point, we are still going to have to work with DEM.
Right.
This approach may get us something that has some teeth, as opposed to the bill, which will be unlikely to pass.
Well, the bill we put up is not going to pass. We know that.
Right.
There's no, did you feel differently, Keith?
Well,
Walking out of the room, that bill was going to go anywhere?
No, not the bill as drafted.
As
No,
drafted.
yeah.
Right. And I'm to the point where what would it take for us to do, not dead damage, to do, what's the word again? You use, Keith?
Predation.
Predation.
So
What would that take?
and this is a question in my mind, because I read all of DEM's sort of deer damage authority, and it really is about Mrs. McGillicuddy's rhododendron. So the idea would be, it's not, I didn't look at the statute. They actually have almost like a flyer on deer damage permits. And it deals with the things that you would expect, like, they're eating the hydrangea behind your screen porch on Beacon Hill Road. Not, is that too specific? It wasn't clear to me whether DEM had the statutory authority, how limited their statutory authority was on deer damage. That wasn't, I mean, just wasn't clear. And I sent around to everybody sort of my take on legislative language that would reflect what we talked to the hunting advocate about. And the feedback from Jeff, it sounds like, was, the likelihood of a statute, if a statutory change is slim, take a step here. And it's not insignificant because it basically has most of the language from the legislation in it.
It has most of the language from the legislation and is slightly more conciliatory towards DEM, acknowledging that in any path we need to be working with them, but still puts the weight of the legislature behind something that may be more likely to pass. Meaning there's still a requirement. It is still the state of Rhode Island directing DEM to work with the town and come back with results in 6 months, which cues us back up for the next legislative session, in the event that some of those small things actually do require legislative tweaking. But at that point, it's coming forward with the operational consensus of the town and DEM together to make modifications.
But our last bill was us with the DEM. We couldn't do anything with that last bill without the approval of the DEM. So for there to be the thought that, hey, because we wanted to do it without the DEM's approval or they not having a say, was not the case. That bill was written that we couldn't do anything without their approval on it. It just said we were looking to be able to go outside the scope a little different. And the thing with the deer damage permit, I think, if I recall or remember, it was the big thing with that is it allows you to be able to take deer outside of the hunting season. That's the difference with the deer damage permit was the biggest swath to it. And I also don't want to end up, I don't want to lose focus. This isn't about hydrangeas. This isn't about the trees. This is about,
Public health.
Yeah, exactly. So,
The other part that I've come around to on this, because I was reluctant at first when I saw this, is that if you think about this as a longer term discussion, meaning we're not just trying to get something done this session, but it's likely going to take several years and we may have a different administration. I think this document does a much better job than the standalone bill at describing the entirety of the landscape. I think it sets forth a lot more of the health concerns and the risk and the urgency in a way that didn't come through when we were tweaking hunting language. So from that perspective, I like that it takes a slightly different angle.
I don't think that hurts. Don't get me wrong. I don't think putting that through hurts. But I'm gonna say, I don't want to mislead people and people think, oh, this is the path we're going. Come next September, we're gonna have this culling X, Y, and Z. Because I don't believe that's gonna be the case with this at all.
I don't think it's going to be the case with either.
But I think that, I think that we need to make sure it's clear so that when people look and say, hey, what have you done? What haven't you done? Our hands are pretty tied here.
This is not the same landscape that it was in 2013 when that was on the table.
Right. We need Ruth Profito back. So I understand where you're going with that. I don't object to that. I just don't have a lot of hopes that that's doing anything. It's playing nice, but,
Playing medium. I wouldn't say it's playing nice yet, but
well, I mean, you know as well as I do, they're just gonna come back and say, we send another letter. Have more hunting and you'll be able to control your deer. We haven't exhausted, the town has not done everything it can to maintain its earth. And that's the DEM's position.
But I would say, I disagree with you when you said this is a waste of time, because it does what Amy is saying it does, in that it explains a little bit more completely what we're looking for. And I think the number of people that I've run into, like the candidates for different state offices who've been coming to the island, most of them have not heard of this. So this is all news to them.
Heard of what?
Of alpha-gal and why we would be pursuing something to prevent alpha-gal or to reduce it. So I think it's important to get that out there. I think this helps get that message out there. So I don't think it's a waste of time. I don't know if it'll be as effective as we would hope it would be, but we have to keep moving in that direction. And as far as DEM goes, I mean, I don't know whether we'll get them on board with this.
What's
Like you
gonna,
said.
if this disease takes on its path, like Lyme disease, remember, we were way ahead of Lyme disease before it became, a thing that everyone's aware of now. And I think the same thing's gonna happen with this Alpha-gal. I think it's the same thing.
Have you noticed how much more media coverage?
On the
Alpha-gal's
national
getting
news,
lately?
on national
All of a
news.
sudden it's,
And I think that will help our cause
yeah.
as we go down the line. Unfortunately, it's, whether it's somebody having an accident on an electric bike or someone having this becoming, that's when the attention really gets to it. And I think as this spreads, I think that's when we're gonna have the more teeth with it. But I don't have a lot of hope from that end of it. I don't think it hurts putting it in. I'm not against you putting it in. I'm just saying, don't walk away thinking that, this is gonna be an answer to, our hunting thing. So anyways, moving on. Thank you. Amy, what'd you say on the, where it stands on the unoccupied dwelling?
I don't have any tangible updates. There's still some background
Working.
conversations happening.
Okay.
We're getting close to the end of the session. I've heard they're even trying to accelerate and close up a week earlier than planned. So it's going to be tough, but we're still trying.
What's the,
I don't have any problem with this. Just going back. It's the end of this, but let's keep the conversation going.
what's the effective date of it? Remind me of the dates on the non-owner occupied.
July 1
July 1.
is the first. Moped license retirement, both of those have sub-As being drafted with the language we discussed last time.
Oh, great. Terrific. Fantastic. Item 16, act to fill the vacancy of the New Charm Town Council. We have some great candidates. I don't feel ready for this. Personally, I've sort of lately, given the quality of the candidates, have been feeling like it ought to be filled by the voters in November. That's my opinion right now. We have a ton of meetings between now and then, but that's just my take because I called the agenda item.
I'd make a motion for Heather Littlefield to put her name in.
I'd second that.
Motion's been made and seconded. I have a feeling that this might be split, so Bill, Bill? Vote.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Tristan? Yeah. Keith? No. Molly? No. The motion fails.
I would make a motion to appoint Elizabeth Doherty to fill the empty seat.
Second. Same way, Bill,
No.
Tristan,
No.
Molly,
Yes.
Keith, yes. Which is kind of my, you know, what I was getting at, which is, we're in this position of having two particularly high quality candidates. And I mean, I happen to think we should just vote on it in November. Hopefully, everybody runs.
Millie, where do we stand with this? Bill's-
What, I'm
I'm
asking
sorry.
your question.
It's a good question.
Question. I'm just asking about the vacancy. Does it have to be filled?
The vacancy is filled by the council, so there isn't
So
a
we-
timeline on that.
No time. That's some 45-day.
Yeah,
That's where I was coming from.
yeah, it's a good question. Yeah. So anyway, I don't know if, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that's my inclination is to ask people to run and let the town vote. Is it silence because no one agrees, or is it silence because everybody disagrees?
Well, I mean, what are the options? The options are to A, do nothing, B,
Re-canvas?
or,
Yeah,
right, that's the
yeah,
two options.
yeah.
We could take it up on a later agenda.
In November.
No.
Like,
All right.
thank you for putting your name in.
Yes,
Yes, thank you.
please vote.
Can you come up just for them? to-
Yeah.
Curious, I think a lot of people were under the impression that the vacancy had to be filled.
It doesn't have to be filled.
Doesn't, under the charter.
A lot of people didn't know that, including myself.
Yeah.
I also wonder, because I'm not familiar with this process, when you guys make a vote on something and you have a situation like you have tonight, who is the tiebreaker? Is that?
There isn't.
Oh,
It doesn't
okay.
pass.
Okay, so I was
Tie
curious.
fails.
Okay, I was just curious about that, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Please run. Please run. So no conclusion on this? Okay. Any items for future agendas? I had.
Yeah, sorry. Let's see.
Amy, I asked you some things last week. Is it worth agending? I could have asked you up on the last one, with the legislative update on the road crew situation. Do we want to discuss that? Do we agenda my thoughts on that? On the high vis stuff?
Oh, I would not like to agenda that.
Fine. So then the other one.
No.
So, I'm sorry, you were too subtle. I'm sorry.
This one will not be, this is more of a stewardship thing that I would like to agenda, some huge shed issue on the town land down at Andy's Way.
Okay.
Yes.
The money, but. and no
Absolutely.
buy.
I might,
All the privet.
We'll wait.
do you want to keep that conversation specific to that area or more broadly?
Well, I think we control that land, so.
Okay.
Yeah, and yes, and other town
Yeah.
properties that we've been. Yes.
I think it's worth talking about.
Should we agenda,
I'll help you with. some
expanding the, zones on the disc golf?
Yes.
Or- So how does that process work? I know from, I obviously I know the way with the land trust did, but how does it work when we initiate it, Amy?
When, I believe when we initiate a, idea around changing a zoning ordinance, we recommend it to the planning board. Correct?
Yes. Direct to the planning board, and that can come with some specificity.
Yeah. So let's agenda it.
So we could agenda it for next meeting and then we would make it that meeting, we discuss sending it to them and
Yep.
how we want it sent to them. Yeah.
And you're talking about the disc golf.
Yeah, the disc golf.
Not
Okay,
dog
wait.
You want to
park.
throw your dog?
We'll make everybody happy, Mike.
Have to advertise, like, why would we pay twice? Can it all like go together or?
I think that's what you can discuss next
Yeah.
time.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
The pros and cons of combining them or separating them.
So you need to put that on as a item with it.
Absolutely. And finally, we have the July 4th security plans. And we want to do this in a closed session?
We do want to do this in a closed session. It will also be on our next agenda, and I think
Okay.
that discussion will be an open, because I think it's important to acknowledge that it's a community impact.
Yeah.
And so, having that public discussion is equally valuable. So I don't want people to think it's all going to be done in.
Yeah, I don't either. You know, we talked about this, but I get, to the extent that there are conversations ongoing around, on matters of security strategy, you don't necessarily want to do that, you know. Just
Make a motion, I'll make a motion to go in closed session,
Yeah.
discuss mass
all
security.
those in favor? We're in closed. Thank you, guys.
Aye. Motion to seal the minutes from the.
One sec. Do we need to switch cameras? Or switch Zoom? Okay. For those of you, who just sat through, 45 minutes of empty space. We've come out of a closed session. We had two closed sessions today, earlier and later, and I would like to make a motion to seal both those sets of minutes, please. Second, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Second, all those in favor?